Good num morning. It's that time again. We're back. I told you we'd be back. Blah, 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 blah. We'll be back for the third and final of the main original trilogy. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. We've done all of the original. We've done all of Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations is the only thing that stands now. And it's a long one. This was the first one to actually have 5 cases. So the original only got a 5th case, you know, post its original release from its DS re-release later on. But no, we have 5 long cases to go here, so let's dive straight in. It's episode 1, Turnabout Memories. The big thing they advertised a lot with Trials and Tribulations is that this was the first Phoenix Wright game to have you not just play as Phoenix Wright. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? Love the music. That girl. You shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Looking a bit younger there. This is in the past. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Five years earlier, Mia Fey, second trial. April 11th, 9:40 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Yes, we play as Mia in the first case. We don't play as Phoenix. It's based 5 years before the events of the first 2 games. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Ah, Mia, please calm yourself down. I can't remember what voice I gave him in the first game, so... You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapples. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service. Actually, this is my 2nd time in court. Still, you surprised me. What, with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, he suddenly said. And quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean. What, and you've always learned you've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Good morning there, everyone. Good morning. Better keep smiling, Mia. I just wanted to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine, no prob. Achoo. Oh, Phoenix, right. They're doing you dirty here. I know you're a bit of a snotty brat and that's what they're going for when you're a kid, but Jesus. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright? Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, that's what I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. The doc says this way. I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have no interfere in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I'll save you. Please let go of my shirt. Oh, that's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. Still pretty new to this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself. "10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Oh, third game's music. Oh. It feels like end of an era anytime I hear Phoenix Wright 3's music. And to be fair, to a lot of people it was. After this one, the game started to become more single focused, if that makes sense. Like, this game's going to tie up a lot of loose ends across the whole trilogy. The fourth game doesn't really touch upon the first three that much. The fifth doesn't bounce off the fourth, and the sixth doesn't bounce off the fifth. Like, they're more standalone. Start doing the next one. To a lot of people, this was the end of an era. A lot of characters were shifted around after this game. Some familiar faces don't show up ever again after this game. The direction, the general style and approach to all these games changed after this one. This was genuinely the last of the original style, the last of the truly original Phoenix Wright games. And I feel like the team that made it knew that, and that's why you can feel it throughout all of this. It feels like a last hurrah of the original style. Not to critique this, what Phoenix Wright as a series became after that. I still really love all the games. It's just, how I said, how they handled it changed after this one. And it felt like this was their last send-off before they committed to that change. And the music really reflects that throughout the whole game. And you'll notice that more, especially when we get to Case 5. You feel it, that it's a send-off. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing there right next to you? Yes, well... You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor, I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Considering how he becomes in the later games, yeah, this dude falls off hard. Don't worry, little girl. It'll be all over soon. What's that all about? Is he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying It's already started. Pharmacology. Sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts his photo into the record as evidence. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. Sagacity? No idea. Payne, stop trying to sound smart, you're really not. The truth is that the victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. Yeah, you have to know this. You have to. It's making sure you do the usual check of this. Wait, what did that say? A veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. Okay. I'm a gentleman, if you will. A what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Perfect opportunity. Well, What was it? The cause? Go on. Pretty sure you know at least that much. I'm so sorry, I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you? Ah, the court record. Yeah, I think I can do that by pressing R1. All the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer me there. Yes sir, I'll do just that. But stay calm, can't let the prosecutor get the better of me. Court record, okay, press R1. Okay, would the attorney or the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Asphyxiation, damn. Hypothermia, no, electrocution. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? How could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? My motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. Once again. Phoenix Wright's girlfriend dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. Oh, you don't like this guy's smug attitude? That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator if you catch my drift. They don't call him Rookie Killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all of our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need, and then shove it in old Greybeard's face. Yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. Hi. Hello. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with R1. Be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? It was the girlfriend who dated the victim 8 months prior. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, was it? Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some part to play in this story. Oh, he's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye? It's fine, after all. Mr. Wright is innocent, right? What, Payne being relevant? Yeah, it's the first case. He's allowed. It's the only spotlight he ever gets to have. The defense has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Hello, younger Mr. Phoenix. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what you did before you were arrested. Oh, achoo. I was a university student. Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your fellow student Doug Swat, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I was achoo. Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his call to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. The victim and I. I admit I was there. But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Oh, so you did know him. Phoenix, come on. Come on, dude. It's not right to lie. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right. Like I said, I'm not a killer. It looks like the judge understands. You're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And that would be...
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination. He's right, and it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions? If a witness is lying, their statement will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in court all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now
that there was a lie? A contradiction? Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
Alright, as per the first two games, for the sake of keeping a move on, I have a guide on standby, so we're more here to enjoy the story than, you know, solve all the pieces of the evidence and whatnot. We're here to just enjoy the story, so kind of sit back a little bit more as I glance at the guide. Press him on the statement, I've never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Well, clearly you have if you knew he was British. Hold it!
Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe?
Achoo! Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not the killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well...
He was always walking around with this huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Was he? No, he wasn't. Oh dear.
Objection!
Objection! Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Fay, is there some point of blah, 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 blah. Is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honour, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me. It feels weird seeing him being the suspect, you know. I know everyone young and all, but damn. Yeah, it doesn't help. It's like when you know how like much Phoenix pushes and chases after the truth, and then you come back to this, it's like he lied. And he's like, he lied 5 years prior to how he was in the later games. Like, he really had to kind of grow into the person we know and love him as. He didn't just start at it. You made our client cry. Let him. P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. Can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong.
That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. Quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh. Did I go too far?
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it?
Yeah, I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does it even have anything to do with the case?
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take another look at the photo from the crime scene.
What's this? It's in the victim's hands. It's called Killer X.
Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. Oh, jeez, objection! I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it.
What?
Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Sawley must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence.
Very well. We'll accept them into the record.
Photo 2 added. Cold Killer X added. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Broken?
Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this?
This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks, my poor hemorrhoids.
Stop bringing that up, Grossberg, please.
Pain's objection sound effects always makes me chuckle. It's something that I cannot get. I just can't get old. It's an objection! Like, he sounds like he's at the most desperate whim of his life when he screams it every single time, even if it's supposed to be over the simplest little thing. But then I like that they still kind of, you know, do that. Like, every single character gets their own one. They don't just. They could have taken the easy road and made it so only the main character has it voiced, and every character you go against just it flashes on the screen. There's no voice work for it. But then you get like things like, say, like in the 5th game where you get silence from Blackquill, and you're like, oh, okay, I will. Like the fact that everyone gets their own like unique voice clips for it is just a nice extra detail, especially when you consider these were Game Boy Advance games. He sounds like a legit crow, right? I really hope the 4th, 5th, and 6th game get like remastered onto consoles at some point, because I'd love to show off why I love Blackquill. Even if they kind of do him dirty a little in Spirit of Justice, I love him in the 5th game. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination.
Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell me any more lies.
Press Phoenix on the statement. He was in the pharmacology department. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45?
Yeah, and we were both there right on time.
You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct?
I hope I'm saying that right.
Yes.
He was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU.
An alchemist, I see.
I gotta admit it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
Oh, how fascinating. Sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man.
What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details. About the department itself. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right. And they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltage, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the buildings. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. Press Phoenix on the statement, but I lost my bottle around lunchtime and came back to the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Oh, he's a kid in love, alright. Yeah, ouch. Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor. How the murder was carried out, of course. And just how was the victim electrocuted? Sin, Spurts and Bees explanation was the funniest. The world is going to be consumed, and here is Sin explaining how babies pop out of your eye. Wait, that seemed like it was Baikon's reaction. Yeah, Baikon putting a hand on his shoulder and going, "Boy, when you learn the actual story, you're in for a storm." But I loved in the whole of, like, just to talk about that for a second, the whole of Another Story Departure. I love how out of her element Baikon is. Like, giant fucking door shows up, everyone just hops in, and Biker's just standing there looking at it like, what the fuck's going on? Ram's literally flying, and she's just looking at her like Bacon is a traditional battle-hardened samurai who doesn't use magic, doesn't use any of these fancy tricks or anything. And Bacon's just witnessing all of this shit. Like, she's so out of her element, and I loved it. There's always something very charming about seeing very serious characters suddenly be out of their element and not know what to do, and just kind of have to roll with the punches a little bit, and just kind of give a wide eye at everything, like... I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, You're correct, Your Honor. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. I assume you click establish, yes. Your Honor? Yes, Miss Faye? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? The attorney must be able to substantiate their argument with evidence. So again, I need to get like either a thicker hat or I need to start debating getting a new headset, because the top of my head's been getting more and more uncomfortable every stream. It's why I'm wearing a hat, to try and mitigate that a little bit. I think I just need to like bite the bullet and get a more comfortable headset at some point. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Now then, Miss Faye, let's see what you've got. Show me what you've got. Show me that you believe the victim was electrocuted. You can see it in photo 1. Take that! As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. The cable. Well, naturally, it's right here. What is that? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. I remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use for their experiments require high voltage. You cannot just put experiment on the next line. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So they're the high voltage cable. Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. Certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was... The defendant.
That much is certainly true.
Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer.
You do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. You can see the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
Ah, you mean...
Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. A palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable.
Order, 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 that is enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done. Mr. Grossberg, my hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. No, that's wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor.
At this time, I'm prepared to render a verdict in this case.
Hold it!
You have something further to add, Miss Fay?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict.
But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be...
It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Fay. No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you and I'll represent you until the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
Ugh.
Wait a minute. Mr. Wright. I'll tell you what really happened. But I already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need for further. I did it. I admit it, I pushed him. It's my fault.
That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. What are you saying?
What you just said, was that the truth?
Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure.
Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are.
Please. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Fay? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. Still can't believe it. You really did push the victim.
Looks like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake!
That wasn't in the DS translation, what the that wasn't in the original translation I remember playing from the mid-2000s, what the They have come back and have a little bit of fun reworking it for this Oh, Jesus. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that.
Simple explanation indeed.
The time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus. Oh, we're using the D word now, are we? A doofus like him couldn't miss that. Miss Faye, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. Press C next on the statement. At the moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. Hold it! A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what it was.
Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted.
You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Ask for more details. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important, so try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Ah, could it have been... Yes, could it have been... Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did the umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Oof. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye? What do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now? Well, of course it's important. Because the photo we have is him on his belly and the umbrella elsewhere. This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important, it's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy liar.
The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add a bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. And then, as you may expect... How did this happen if he landed on it? He landed on his back on it, and he's now ended up on his belly with it elsewhere. But still broken. Objection! And I scroll down. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I'd mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order, order, order. The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now?
Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene.
I want it presented as evidence immediately.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
Objection! According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
But...
I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as it's the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render a final judgment.
No!
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. And Phoenix's testimony. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone.
But I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess. You have another witness? Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible.
Well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia? You don't mean Dolly?
I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What? Oh, sorry, Phoenix. This is a case 1 of a Phoenix Wright game. Meaning that one witness that shows up's actually the killer. So, Phoenix, I'm sorry.
Sorry to break your bad news to you, my dear.
Oh, now she's got more confidence in her.
Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. Can't be serious.
Mia, what do you mean by that? I think it's a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
$11:52. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah. So I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me, I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. The love of your life? Huh. Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne?
Sure, no problem.
Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side anyway. One day, she and I bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set my eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, Phoenix, to be so young and naive. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. Oh, jeez, you've been manipulated from day one. She'd been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this.
So she gave it to you as a present, I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. Certainly is a little bottle, alright. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's evidence to a case or something that she wanted to lose, because she's trouble. And then once she got rid of it, she wanted it back, and then afterwards she would have just ditched Phoenix, but he kept on not because he was holding on to it too much. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August the 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August the 27th, right here in this courthouse. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see.
Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's like, I think you were given evidence to hide a murder this seemingly charming and sweet innocent girl committed.
And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases, am I correct?
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Ah, yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving.
I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. Yep, and then we get our mid-trial break, so if you want to save your...
Oh, they have a different save sound effect for the third game. I forgot about that. I was meant to just be the usual sound effect from the first two. 12:13. Courts will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed a crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
What's with this stiff silence? In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity.
Can't believe you actually said that. Now then, witness, could you please state your full name?
Hi, Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. Oh, you're already dropping the sweeties. Okay.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down the side.
Jesus, we got a pair of goddamn simps in this courtroom. And I will bash them with my gavel.
I love how they look straight at me when they say that.
Thank you for calming my nerves. You're so nice. Must feel right at home.
Not at all.
It was nothing. Oh.
If we may move on now.
What is your full name and occupation?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Sir.
Is there something I can help you with?
You must go on and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Feeney wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
Yes. I can see why you'd say that.
She's going to be a tough witness, all right.
It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeney and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Then when Feeney noticed that I was there, I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong.
Young lady! As old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of being young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But I would never...
That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that?
Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit, Mia Fey.
What's this? So you two are acquainted?
Yes, we've met before, once.
In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madam Fey.
Madam? Oh, I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. Pressed Dahlia in a statement, and suddenly he got all wobbly and collapsed. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own?
Yes.
In other words, the defendants never touched the victim, is that right?
I was watching the whole time. Feeney never did a thing to Dougie.
I pressed her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry at me. So what should I do? Show a contradiction. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we?
What? I would never...
Miss Fey, I will not allow you to badger this witness.
I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting. Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job.
Oh, yeah, crawl further into your shell. Keep on going. Go on, keep on going. Oh, I can still see your head. No, you're not deep in the shell enough. Go on, fuck off, go on. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try and cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth.
There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. It's like we're finally getting somewhere. Present Phoenix's testimony to the statement. It didn't look like they were fighting, so I didn't hear anything unusual either. Objection! You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct? Yes, that's why I was very relaxed looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well?
Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable.
But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer?
By all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on and was listening to music at the time.
Headphones? You mean like that both your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come an end yet, so the sky continued to flash and rumble.
Thunder and lightning, huh? Very, very frightening, was it?
Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. Oh, you're very frightened, so I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now, she said something that could totally change this whole case. There was lightning. Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes, what about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right?
It was not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? Which makes sense if they were next to a giant conductor.
Whoa.
Ah!
I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me.
Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, a victim of a stray bolt.
It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Oh, right, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking the not guilt.
I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye.
Everyone has such a low opinion of you, Payne. Because you're a pain in everyone's rear. Huh?
I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on the day of on that location.
What?
What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case.
Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence?
The affidavit.
And who is this affidavit from?
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 PM that day.
There was a blackout?
All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m.
Which fits with the time of death listed in the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
I see.
Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break.
However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable, Your Honor?
I don't know like that is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try and regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break?
It was 21-year-old Phoenix.
But he didn't do it.
Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony?
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that...
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55, which fits right into Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Yes, the prosecution also came to the same conclusion, and it was the very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. Objection! I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See that umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as the result of being pushed. It was the impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted?
Oh, she's done with it. She's flicking it off. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by this severed cable on the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Order in the court.
The lamentations of my enemy, how I long to hear them.
It's true, the defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done...
Mr. Judge, may I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What? What the... Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge.
Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colours. Will I witness part 2? The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. And Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping, Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. That's a very different story.
So after being shoved,
I've got an itch in my nose again.
the victim got up and tried to run away.
And that is when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just have to tell the truth. Now that was your biggest lie yet. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Faye, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh, we need to get a trophy first. Press Darley on the statement. The truth is he pushed him twice. This is for a trophy. Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeney. So that's why you basically lied to the court. I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me? Of course he won't. What you did there is perjury.
Oh, come now. It's just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all.
The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl. And there's our trophy, beware your honor. Anyway, present crime photo 2 to the statement, the cable snapping and Dolly being electrocuted. Objection! That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Look at this photograph.
Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold.
It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m.
Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye?
My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping?
Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Ah!
Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow.
Order in the court. What is about?
This is nonsense. The real murderer?
Objection! Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for.
Then who is it? Who are you saying could have done it?
There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer?
Miss Faye, the defendant Wright indict someone as the real killer?
The music's so good in this game. Of the original trilogy, I genuinely think this has the best soundtrack. I know the original, Pursuit Cornered is like iconic and everything, but I genuinely love the third game's soundtrack of the original trilogy. I genuinely think it's the best one. Funny time. It's the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready.
Very well. But remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you'll be penalized. Be very careful before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye. So, who is the real killer?
The 20-year-old Dahlia Hawthorne. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? How?
Alright, we're on the last page.
The defense is grasping at straws.
10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you.
Order, Miss Faye. Why? That is to say.
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you that pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands.
Ah!
How can you say something so mean, Madam Faye? I didn't do anything.
Miss Faye, this is a very serious charge. You are...
Your Honor! Please, I have something I want to say.
You? What is it?
Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that.
Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man.
Ah! Achoo! Leave my Dolly alone!
That boy.
He's gotten himself away over his head.
Oh, Mr. Grossbag, you're back.
Seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on the incident in your newspaper clipping.
Reporting the incident 8 months ago. Thank you so much. It's exactly what I was hoping for.
Victim, Diego Amado. Occupation, lawyer. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne. Amando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. You'd better take a good look at it. It details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Oh, Diego was Mia's partner. And Diego is a name. Diego is a name we're going to learn a lot more of later in this game. He's a very interesting fellow to learn more about. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Oh, don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand. Go right ahead.
Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie?
Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
I told you that you should let me handle this.
Sorry.
Please, go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear.
I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally met. Yeah, that necklace with the little bottle had the poison. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? What about? About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What could that possibly have to do with this case?
Oh, objection! The witness claims that she had no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence to suggest that she did, in fact, have a very good reason.
Very well then, the court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on this for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge.
Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. How I met my Feeny.
I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think.
Oh, it's Phoenix talking. We're so lovey-wovey, it literally makes people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Mr. Wright, do that again. You'll be held in contempt in court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. We used to say in the good old days, in my youth, go get her. First starting on the statement, it was like they were destined to meet in this very courthouse. The courthouse reading room? That's a strange place to meet the love of your life.
That's not true, Madam Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student doing in a courthouse reading room?
That line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case.
Miss Faye, I'm warning you. If this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, just remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. Better tread carefully. Keep pressing. Your Honor, if you'd allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courtroom reading room?
Please, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I've come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing.
Present the police report. Objection! Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason?
What is the meaning of this cocky smile on your face, Miss Faye?
8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
Another tragedy?
Do you mean the instance in which an attorney was poisoned?
The name of the suspect in the incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago.
Order. This is unbelievable. It's true then, the loveliest rose can hide the cruelest thorns.
Miss Faye, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness with an unrelated case. I, Winston Payne, will not allow it.
Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me. Go right ahead.
It's true, about 8 months ago. The police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest, huh?
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth.
Oh, is that what you've been doing up until this point?
I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago.
I see. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. Stop bringing it up. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed. My spirit, yep. The poisoning.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
So that's what happened 8 months ago.
However, as you heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. But I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today, and I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Aha, Mia, you're glowing into a true lawyer's aura, my dear. The proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. Present. Oh, my eyesight went for a second there. I need to get glasses. It's becoming a point of like, I need to get on it. My eyesight, it's not bad, but it's certainly weakening. My eyesight's crystal clear in my right. It's ever so slightly off in my left, and so sometimes I miss details. So I went to like read the guide again, and I was like, hang on a sec. Present Doug Swallow to the statement, so you see I'm innocent. Also, objection! You wouldn't know how to get this kind of poison. I don't believe you.
What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you?
At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow is a pharmacology student at Ivy University.
Pharmacology?
His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never obtain such a rare and special poison.
What they got out of the Game Boy Advance's sound chip in this game. Genuinely. It's something that applies to the whole series. And it's like, with its rival series as well, like the Professor Layton series. The music they managed to get out of their hardware is so baffling at times. Like, both this, you listen to, like, perfect example, actually. Phoenix Wright, the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton crossover game. That entire game's soundtrack is like a full-blown, powerful orchestra. And you're like, how did this fucking come out of a 3DS? Like, genuinely, both this series and, hey, John. I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, this whole series, and like I said, it's kind of sort of friendly rival series, Professor Layton, both of them have god-tier music considering the hardware they were on. That's the easiest way to put it. Like, you look at what they came from, you're like, oh, that's a DS game. Oh, that was a Game Boy Advance game. Oh, that was on the 3DS. You listen to the music and you're like, what the fuck? They went insane with it. Speaking of Professor Layton, please do a fucking remastered collection on consoles. I know it was a game that involved a touchscreen, but Okami was a console game originally. It's more than possible for them to make a cursor-like thing on this and make it work just as fine. There's got to be a way to do it. Please do a Professor Layton collection. If not on consoles, at least on PC. And then you can just have the mouse replace the cursor. Anyway, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And yeah, John, I have finished UDG, Ultra Despair Girls, and I did my general thoughts and review last night. All in all, despite Chapter 3 being kind of weird and the odd little problems here and there, I genuinely really enjoyed it from start to finish, and I'm kind of on its defense. I will stand in its corner. I don't understand and don't agree with how severely Ultra Despair Girls gets blacklisted from the rest of the series. It's definitely a weird game, but every game is kind of weird. It's just the Ultra Despair is weirder. It's more exaggerated in its weirdness, but it's still really fun, and I like it for what it is. Anyway. And then it was just a matter of sipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at this very table, you. No!
Order. Could it be?
Objection! That's nothing but a baseless action.
May I say something, Madam Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. That's because it's literally there. She hid it by giving it to Phoenix. That whole love was a lie. Well, you could have easily got rid of something like that small. Excuse me, madam, but it's the court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that.
Provide some evidence or I'll have you disallowed from this line of questioning, Miss Faye.
Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead. The police conducted a full body search for Dahlia and the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
You're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder. Then what was the where was the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
It's got a small bottle in the necklace. I've never touched a Professor Layton game. I highly recommend it. Genuinely, I love the Professor Layton series. It's a real shame the series stopped. If I recall correctly, the puzzle master for the game unfortunately passed away, and the moment he did, the game stopped developing. The series just grinded to a complete halt after its 7th entry, Lady Layton and the Millionaire's Conspiracy. But I love the entire series. What's interesting as well with Professor Layton is that they kept on polishing it even after each country's release. What I mean is, say the first game, Curious Village, it released in Japan. They continued working on it up until it released in the US. They continued working on it up until it released in the UK. So, the Professor Layton games, the highest quality, most polished versions were always the European versions of the game because they would keep on touching it up. I think it was starting with the 3DS games where they stopped doing that because of they went more universal with Miracle Mask and the 6th game. I would say that UDG's biggest flaw is that it's a shooter and not a visual novel. Yeah, I get that. If you're used to the visual novel style of the main series, of course it's going to be a snap. Like, it was the thing that kind of made me hesitant to approach it in the first place, if you recall. Like, it was the fact that the first 3 games were visual novels, and the main series is visual novels, then going to a spin-off that's a completely different genre. It's the same in anything. If there's a spin-off that shifts genre, it's harder to approach. But I genuinely feel more people should give it a chance. It's not perfect, but like I said, I really enjoyed it. I liked the different ammo types. I liked the fact that there was still a lot of puzzle solving, like in the main games. got through like the challenge rooms, and there's extra rewards for doing it. You were still graded on how you did the chapters. There were still crazy as hell plot twists in the final chapters, like it's a Danganronpa game. It was still hope versus despair. It was still, all the themes were still there. It was just from a different angle, from a different perspective, in a different style. Like, it genuinely still felt like a Danganronpa experience, and I enjoyed it for what it was. Like I said, the only thing I wasn't 100% keen on was Chapter 3, because I felt like I understood firmly what they were trying to do. I just feel like they oversteered slightly. I think they played their hand a little too forcefully on it. They wanted to tell a story of what kind of abuse the antagonist of the chapter was for that one, and tell it by trying to make the player go for a glimmer of it too. And I feel like they just oversteered it, and they kind of went from trying to make you think into just making you really uncomfortable for the sake of it. And it's like, I feel like that chapter was where it wobbled a little bit. But Chapter 4 made up for it in spades, immediately afterwards, because of the whole open-ended nature of the first half, and the story plots, and, you know, Hopium Boy being Hopium, and the twists they decided to introduce. And Chapter 5 was a fun, if kind of standard and final chapter, where you had the gauntlet of the extra challenges. There really wasn't that many enemies until right near the end. Then the double dosing of bosses at the end, and having to work out all the twists, and they do the whole out-of-the-box thinking to make you solve and get around the super despair-inducing twists at the final hurdle. By just making it a simple break the controller or don't break it, and you have to keep on saying don't, and then when eventually the option's taken away from you, you have to shift control to Toko to take it away from her. I was like, that's really cool. I genuinely will be in Ultra Despair Girl's corner. I really, really like that game. I like what it does, I like the characters, I like the writing for the most part. The music, I know it's like self-explanatory for a Danganronpa game, but the music was great. I really like Ultra Despair Girls. No, I haven't seen the anime. I know glimmers of it because, unfortunately, despite my efforts to avoid it, I've had glimmers of it spoiled. Nothing serious of it, so I'd still be going in pretty much blind. But it's like, in the review, I made a joke because I've seen the clip of the English dub of Junko meeting Kamakura and going, Kamakura, Kamakura, yes, queen! And as soon as I saw that clip, I was like, fuck, oh god, that's not leaving my head whether I like it or not. Which is why I referenced it in the fucking thing. And I'm aware that Future Arc involves Makoto getting involved in another killing game, which is why I also mentioned that at the end of the review. But that's it. Everything else I'll be going in blind. But I don't know what the Despair Arc really entails, other than, I guess, how Kamakura gets involved. And I don't know what else in the Future Arc other than potentially wrapping up Hope's Peak. The anime is the last thing left for me to check out before I kind of got the full picture, not including like books or mangas or whatever else there is. But I'm not that fussed about. It was the same when I went to Data Live. I played the games, I watched the show, I didn't really touch the books that much. Like, I'd read a couple of them, but I wasn't that fussed. Because it's like, when do I draw the line on like absorbing material, you know? But yeah, to talk about to go back to the Professor Layton games, I genuinely adore the Professor Layton series, the puzzle solving, the thinking of it, the story. They also do their own thing, where they have like crazy twists at the very end that make you rethink the whole thing, and have puzzles that make you think really out of the box at the end. The storytelling and character writing is brilliant. The third game, known as Lost Future, I think it's Lost Future in the US, and it's called Unwound Future in the UK, because like I said, a slightly different build, so some of the games have slightly different names to reflect that. That game made me cry. Professor Layton 3 is one of my all-time favorite games. It's like I'd say it's like somewhere between my 11th and 15th spot in like my top list. I love Lost Future / Unwound Future. It's such a beautiful, elegantly well-written game. And the second trilogy, the prequel trilogy, although they had a bit of a stumble start with Spectre's Call / Last Spectre, depending on which version you play again, I feel like once they got their mojo with the prequels, Miracle Mask and Azran Legacy were fantastic. Even if Azran Legacy had a bit of a rushed ending, they were still really good. And I have yet to still sit down and play Lady Layton, but that's because I know it was going to be the start of a new trilogy that unfortunately was cut short due to the Puzzle Master tragically passing away. And so there's a part of me that's like, would it be an unfinished story when I play it? And it's always just kind of made me slightly more hesitant to try it. Right, and now back to the game. You were focused to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course.
So the defendant was the witness's accomplice?
Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's...
There's a charming little necklace. Is that a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does this mean, Miss Faye?
The day that the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August the 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain that if the crime lab were to analyze it, they could find a trace amount. No! Ah!
But the anime is something I'm going to sit down and watch. I said it before, even though I know I don't need to because it'll be slightly redundant, I want to watch Danganronpa the animation first, the retelling of the first game, just to see how they go, how it goes. Because I know that like both of the animes and the animated scenes in Ultra Despair Girls are all done by the same team, and I thought the quality in the game was really good. But I know there weren't many scenes in UDG, and they would have had a lot of time to work on it to polish it to a T to make it like clean as fuck. An actual animated season, though, we'll see. But I am curious enough that I'm going to watch that first at some point. I just need to get the time together to do it. And if I can help it, I'll see if I can get a DVD release on it, so I can just watch it like in one box setting sort of thing and just go from there. Order in the court. Objection! Oh, there's the original. On behalf of Dolly, I object.
Mr. Wright, control yourself.
I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her?
Why?
Because I'm madly in love with her, Phoenix.
Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Ouch!
Well, I guess you must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is... she's madly in love with you. No, it's because of the necklace. She wants it back. She keeps on saying, get it back. Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love. Was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. The Monokuma voice always throws me off. From what I've read, it's the same reason why he sounded slightly off in V3. It was like, the voice actor for Monokuma, I know like he puts on a weird accent in the animation as well, which kind of throws people off, but apparently like he like damaged his throat or something. Like, I don't know the full story, I haven't really looked into it, but he damaged his throat or something happened to his throat in general. And so his voice shifted, and the team didn't want to replace him because they didn't feel that was fair, so can't let him kind of do a softer, easier voice in V3, which is why it's slightly higher pitch and not as gravelly in places because of it. But I know he puts on a weird accent in the animation, but I'll get to that when I eventually watch it. I doubt I'll do a review for the anime. It'll probably just be one of those things where in one of the streams I'll just be like, oh, I've seen it by the way, that kind of thing. Just because doing a review for, you know, an anime series, I don't want to have to keep on pausing and resuming and then pausing it again or rewinding a bit just to write down a bunch of details to explain everything I like and don't like, you know? I'd rather just enjoy it and then afterwards be like, yeah, it was good, or nah, it wasn't. Or I like what they did with this character, or oh god, what the fuck happened here? That, you know what I mean? Like, the only thing she's after is the bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that. For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence to her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she...
I don't believe you. No, that's a lie. Mia, are you alright? The defendant. He's getting away. Bailiff, hurry. After him. Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. Boy, you're completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? It was like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough. Thank goodness. Oh no. What is it? The bottled necklace, Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone. What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy. That's the only thing that could have saved him. Oh yeah, after I finish P5, which one would you recommend I should play next? Okay, there's several angles to go at this. If you're really interested in seeing where Persona 5 story goes next, Persona 5 Strikers is a direct sequel to its narrative. So if you're genuinely curious where it goes next, and you just want to see that, go for that. But Strikers is not a turn-based RPG, it's a Dynasty Warriors-esque game. So you know what I mean, where it's like hundreds of enemies, you press one attack and you have like super wide things and you hit hundreds of them, that kind of deal. And so that can be kind of a hard push, it's why I haven't picked it up yet. So if you just want to see where the story goes from there you go. However, if you're just interested in seeing what a different main cast is like, seeing how different games are, my personal favourite in the series, and my all-time favourite, well, one of my all-time favourite games, has always been Persona 4. Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden, it's like Director's Cut enhanced version. Persona 4 Golden is on the Vita and Steam, with rumours that it's going to be coming to console very soon. I can't recommend enough fire up Persona 4 Golden. Yes, like, it's not as flashy and as stylized as Persona 5, because Persona 5 was the one that kind of really pushed that super hyper-stylized, extra, like, detailed approach to everything. So it will, in places, now you've played 5 first, feel like a lesser detailed, lesser flashy 5. But I assure you, the characters and the writing and just everything of it is wonderful. To me, at least to me personally. I love Persona 4. It's my favourite in the series. And it's one of my all-time favourite games, full stop. Like, right up there with games like Devil May Cry 3. I love that game to death. Persona... There was a point in time when I was younger, back when it first came out in, like, 2009, where I would go through the whole game, like, once every 6 months. To such an extent that my PlayStation 2 save file in the original Persona 4 it hit 999 hours 59 minutes and hit that in like 2011. Like, I genuinely was obsessed with that game and its cast for a while. Like, Persona 4 means so much to me. It really does. And it's why, like, I picked up Persona 4 Arena back in the day, and it's what eventually led to me getting into fighting games because of my love for Persona 4. Anything Persona 4 related, I absorbed. I got like a debt collector. I just obsessed with that cast of characters. And so, you know, Persona 4 also got not one, but 2 full animes, with only the first one being good. I'm just going to tell you right now, the original Persona 4 anime is great. The Persona 4 Golden anime is kind of bad. The only good thing about it is some of the music. They've got some unique tracks for it, and they're pretty good. But the Golden animation's not great. The original Persona 4 animation, though, is amazing. Regardless of whether you watch it subbed or dubbed, it's amazing. It's a really fun watch. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? A lot of people would recommend Persona 3, but I've talked about it before. If you're going to play Persona 3 right now, the only version I can recommend is the PSP version, but that's a hard push anyway, because the PSP version got rid, because, you know, PSP limitations, of all of the animated cutscenes. And so some of the charm is missing immediately, and that is enough to, you know, turn people off it. But your alternate option right now is Persona 3 or Persona 3 Festival, the Director's Cut-esque version of that. And both of them don't allow teammate control. You can only control your protagonist, and you can just make alterations to the AI of your teammates and hope for the best, making the game very luck reliant in places and difficult to appreciate for what it is. And so your only real hope, which is what a lot of people are hoping for, is hope to see that some kind of remaster or remake of Persona 3 comes around one day. Which I think it will, because it is, before Actually, no, it's not true. I was about to say it was one of the more popular ones, but when it first came out, it didn't really exist. It was liked by the people that played it, but the Persona 4 was the one that kind of made the series get known. And Persona 4 Golden especially, despite being Vita exclusive for the longest time, was what propelled the series into the spotlight. Because it was like, you know, the only game on the fucking Vita. I kid, but it was like the only game everyone was interested in on the Vita. And so it was sprung into the spotlight because of that. Then Persona 5 made it mainstream. But a lot of people do have a special place in their heart for Persona 3, despite its flaws, and so a lot of people feel like it's only an inevitability that a Persona 3 remaster will eventually come around. That will include teammate control, and hopefully include the portable content, you know, a female protagonist option. That would be nice, crossing my fingers on that one, but we'll see. Mr. Wright, this sort of behaviour is unprecedented in the history of this court. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me. I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate it. You what? You ate it? It's too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. But yeah. You ate glass? You need to get you to a hospital like immediately. What the? What? What is he doing now? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bowl you swallowed may have still had some poison left in it. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, the bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. And so the poison, more than a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination. So it would seem. No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must have not had any poison left in it. Either that, or its poison must have lost its potency. There, it's alright, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place that much faith in Mr. Wright. Yeah, he ate the bottle. He ate the little bottle. Phoenix chewed down a fucking gold necklace just to try and stop it from incriminating his the love of his life. Maybe traces of glass. Yeah, his throat should be in pieces. He should be hospitalized immediately. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Faye, I cannot accept your explanation of the event. Why? It may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything. Ugh. Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything? Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to... Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day, the day I met Doug... That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Oh, do you have to see this whole scene again? Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous. There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but... I'm
Sorry, Dolly.
Your Honor, this is the defense's.
Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent.
Ooh. So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? Put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before? Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone.
Miss Faye.
If you're so certain on your theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore, exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill? She wanted that necklace back. Kill the one person who had it. There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way, and that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered.
Well, it's true that that's how things worked out, but let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. You know what else might be killing him? The glass in his lungs? As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. The glass tearing through his body, the glass in his liver. Oh god, he's gonna be screaming when he has to go use the bathroom later. But even so, why would she go as far to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could only think of one thing: how to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move that she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, that tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. It can't be true! Feeny, what a joke you are. Now the real version of her comes out. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne? It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine, I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your snivelling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Well, hey old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Mr. Hawthorne? What happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? Absolutely no proof. You treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind. But we've not finished. Fine, then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. Can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. No. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Grey? Well, Miss Faye, can you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. To be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof.
Impossible. You can't possibly.
Stupid woman. It's the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I'll only allow one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one. If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines of tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar.
She's planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Miss Fay, please present your evidence. Show to the court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. Take that!
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all.
Cold Killer X? Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine?
Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Remember what the defendant said in his testimony? But I lost my bottle around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some.
Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, who was holding the medicine.
I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
Huh? What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
I believe she did testify as what she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. And when she realised, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live, she used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago?
8 months ago?
Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it, in this case Doug Swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone, surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation.
Oh, objection? I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some? Well, Mr. Wright ate the necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey?
That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay?
Huh? Why? Yes.
I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best.
No sympathy whatsoever. It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim.
But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it.
I don't care. I'm Winston Payne, and I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said... There. It's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? You see, yeah. Objection! And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer, show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? My hair is flying off, my beautiful hair. No.
And that's how we got the Winston Payne we know and love from the other games. Yeah, drink up, Payne.
Mr. Payne? But Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yeah, his hair's gone.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers for immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising.
I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. Shut up, Judge! No, you didn't! Don't lie, just admit you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Mr. Payne?
Instant balding syndrome, yeah.
This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter.
It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirits along with his hair.
Yeah, call him out. Slay him.
Does the defendant have anything further to say?
It can't be true. My dear... Dolly.
Very well then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. The court is adjourned.
3:16 p.m. Yeah, you were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossbag.
During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossbag, do you maybe think you should stop talking about them?
It's rather rude. Anyway, this case really made me think. It really means to have a relationship with mutual trust with the clients. Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations.
Thanks.
You know, I was thinking. Go on. The dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand, I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kind of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. It's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But, out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Eek, what kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm starting to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should be able to save him in time. Talking about Edgeworth. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I've been acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned and managed to save my friend. Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 long years. Something has happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Alright, episode 1. A lot longer than the other episode ones. I know we stopped to talk a little bit during the middle of that. But yeah, all of the cases are much longer. The Stolen Turnabout, episode 2. We're going to dive straight in. The time is 1 AM. Beep, 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 beep. What the fuck? Detective, we made it. Ooh. What a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. Gumshoe! Oh, you said it, pal. Must have been our rockside security that scared him off. Do you mind opening the safe just to double check? Oh, did you catch that? Ah, we've been had. Master Mask. Our front. Guards, turn on the searchlights. Ah ha 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 ha. Better luck next time, gentlemen. Ah ha ha ha. Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now. We shall meet again when the next moon is full. Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! October the 11th, 3:24 PM. Wright & Co. law officers. Alright, back in the modern day. Let's catch up with Phoenix. Hey Nick, get a load of this. Hey, you listening to me? You can clean up the toilet later. This is important. What are you freaking out about now? Today will be the last time you talk to me that way. Huh? We're about to hit the big time. Big time? What do you mean we? You don't mean you and Mia. Ha! Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and Pearly, of course. Hello, Miss. Pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick. Pearls! You haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway? Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this. What's this? Some kind of poster? Oh, jeez. Treasure Crane Village. Isn't that urn has seen better days? That's one Pearl fixed. That's right. It's our hometown, Pearly and mine, that is. What's this about treasures from the boonies? Very funny. You can laugh all you want. But you'll be singing another tune tonight. Tonight? What about tonight? The Treasures of Karain exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick? Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey, the younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then, I've been the one who's been keeping the law office afloat from behind the scenes. Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium, and a bit of a shady character. Hey! Who are you calling shady? And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, and a spirit medium in training herself. I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick. Crane Village is the home of the mysterious Crane channeling technique, and Maya here is the daughter of the Crane School of Channeling Master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, alright. Earth to Nick, how long are you going to make two gorgeous women like us wait?
Yeah, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit.
Looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. And it is just head over there, I imagine. Yeah, just go straight over there. October 11th, 7:18 PM, the Lordly Taylor Main Exhibit Hall. Lordly Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed. As a motorbike whizzes past.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it.
Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in Fane Manor's storeroom.
Oh yeah, I remember scribing on it when I was a little girl. On a family heirloom.
Say, Nick,
there's a person in charge of this exhibition who's waiting for us in the basement warehouse. Alright, guess we should go and say hello. This sounds like a Kingdom Hearts track. It's like you've just gone to Disney Castle in like a Game Boy Advance Kingdom Hearts game. Oh right, I think this is the game that doesn't show you where you're heading until after you've gone there at least once. To give it a little bit more mystery in your surroundings. Yep, this is the basement warehouse, alright.
This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
A monster. You were right.
Huh? A monster?
Oh, hello, Adrian Andrews. Good evening. It's good to see you again.
Now wearing black instead of blue. Because like I said, you know, the trilogy is connected. This whole final game is all about linking everything together and putting all the pieces together. So characters coming from previous games makes sense.
Yeah, I know you. Nice to see you again too, little miss. Hello. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements.
Liking the new look.
Nice to meet you.
I know I'm biased because black's my favourite colour, but yeah, I like the new look. Adrian sure has changed since we last met.
So this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here.
Let's talk to Adrian about stuff. Really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright?
Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman?
Why are you freaking out on me?
What? I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all.
Oh, you mean what, are you jealous that Phoenix has a friend who's a woman? Nah, I only jab at Maya because of that whole thing Pearls goes on about, where it's like Maya keeps on talking about Phoenix when it's just those two, so it's like clearly there's something going on.
Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily.
Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle Pearls further.
Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help.
It was something that happened 7 months ago. Yeah, the last case of the second game was 7 months ago. There's your time jump officially marked in the calendar. You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case?
Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick? After that, I quit being a manager and started this job.
Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, if it wasn't for us.
No, don't say that. I'm glad this whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful.
Oh, that's a relief. Really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibit like this must be very tiring.
Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums. Woohoo! Did you hear that, Pearls? The finest museums! Yeah, I did. That's really wonderful.
So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh?
Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very highly trained as well.
That sounds good. So, what is it about this face she's making? Examine the stepladder for the sake of working on that trophy.
Look, a ladder!
That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things by your narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Right, sorry. Why do I feel like we've had this exact conversation somewhere before? Slide right and examine the golden statue. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, do you think that's all about this golden statue?
Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Ami, right? Yes, that statue of the woman who invented the crane channeling technique, Ami Faye.
Or Amy. I think it's supposed to be Amy.
That statue is a loan from one of the training halls in the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning.
Statue of the founder of the crane channeling technique. What's that creepy looking thing she's holding?
Don't ask me, how should I know?
Well, you are the future master, right?
Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue.
Maya, say out my exposition. Sorry, I only just noticed that.
That thing is the Karane's... The Karane... Shito?
The fancy sword. It's a ceremonial sword.
Not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Aw, phooey. I wanted to cut something.
What are you eyeing me for?
Oh, look, it's already 8. Have you all eaten yet?
Well, actually.
I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together?
Oh, it's so nice to see Adrian be like such a better mood after, you know, this suicidal, over-reliant tendency she had last time. She's found her footing and is happy.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Dine, it sounds so fancy. I'll have the kids' lunch.
Haha, Pearls.
It's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Shall we head upstairs then?
After the pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day something terrible would happen.
Nick, this is terrible. What the... We're cleaning the toilet again. I never knew you were such a toilet freak.
Give me a break, would you?
My brain just hit the snooze button for the 5th time. I'm going to turn on the TV.
We got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced that they believe it was the work of renowned phantom thief Mask the Mask. Mask the Mask? According to the spokesperson, Lordly Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief. He only targets rare treasures.
Lordy Taylor? Well, Nick, what are you going to do? You dare go back to scrubbing the toilet? Treasure, Lordy Taylor, you don't think... Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask the Mask. Most valuable treasure. The Korean sacred urn was stolen.
What? Talk to Maya about everything. Refresh my memory on a little. What's this sacred urn?
It's only the most important treasure of the Crane village, that's all. Look, it's right there on this poster.
It's really, really messed up. Wow, Pearl, your craftsmanship needs a lot of work.
Remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Mainly the soul of Mystic Amy Faye, the founder of the Crane channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right.
Hold up.
I thought that the urn had the name Amy on it, written on it. No, it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Well... Yeah, there are some things best left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick?
That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Korean Village, Maya's hometown. The sacred urn turned out to be an important clue in that case. The urn's added. Okay, the toilet is shiny in the judge's head, so let's see what's next.
What's wrong with you? Nick? What do you mean? What do you mean? What, Mr. Nick? Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen.
What has happened there? Oh, I think the internet on my phone, like, disconnected for a second. I just got, like, a weird green notification, then it vanished, and, like, nothing's changed. I was like, huh? It might have, like, disconnected, and the green notification was, like, saying reconnected. Does that even bother you? Well, I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how. The village is Mystic Maya. She's the future master of the Crane School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick? I won't let you say you don't. Okay, I do. What am I supposed to do about it? Isn't it obvious? Go find the bad guy who did this. Yeah, let's go get the sacred urn back. But I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer. It's nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya. Man, oh man, there's no winning against Pearl's fairy tale image of love. So what's the name of this bad guy again? Mask the Mask, Nick. Take a note of it. Mask the Mask. It was terrible. I was arrested and everything. 1 year ago, the murder in Crane Village. You really just noticing that, Maya? The man who killed during one of my spirit channelings. Oh yeah, right, all that stuff. The business dude who can push up his glasses, and how your auntie was like sick and twisted and evil, and said she'd be coming back with a vengeance one day. This urn wound up being the key piece of evidence that proved her innocence. Mr. Nick, would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn. Oh, yeah, that's right. No, I remember. This urn used to say Amy on it. Until Pearls accidentally broke it in a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well. Sorry, I'm not good at arts and crafts. Spelling either. Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now instead of Amy, it says I am. Can't believe no one noticed this until now, a whole year later. Can't believe it myself. Yeah, everyone's just blind apparently, no one's really looked at it. Anyway, we need to go to the main exhibition hall. Now you've been convinced. Dr. 12th, Lord Dictator, the exhibition hall. Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy. Doesn't look like anything here has been disturbed. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh? Hey, you can't poke around here, pal. Wait a minute, that voice! Oh no, not him again. Oh yeah, it is that my phone is like dropping its connection to chat for some reason every now and then. Oh well, it'll clear itself up hopefully. It's you, and I'm not the one who should be saying not again. Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that, aren't you? Aren't there any other detectives? No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here any... Alright, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already? Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. There's a good chance for you to try and remember it right. And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick. Oh, yeah. Good to see you again, too, I guess. Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about what happened? You're trying to remember my name, atta girl. It's Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, the thief stole something called the Sacred Urn. What about that? Oh, well, the criminal's name is Master Mask. I knew about that too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that? Well, I guess I sort of owe you guys in a way. The crime occurred last night around 1:30 in the morning. Exactly, do you know that? I got an emergency phone call from the guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said the urn was just stolen. Scene of the crime? You mean here, right? Wrong. The urn is being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh? So who was got in the basement warehouse? That guy. It's all his fault that the thief got away, pal. He solved one case and gets a swell head thinking that he's an ace detective. Ace detective? Detective Gumshoe, about Master Mask. Is he famous? What? You're joking, right, Nick? Master Mask's the hottest thing since sliced bread. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appeared as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguises, the true Master Mask. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes after the finest work of art, pal. Let us know, it was his fifth heist. If Lord Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time. What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the sacred urn? Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? He mentioned that on TV. So, why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up. So, what's he like? Well, like I told you, Master Mask has made 5 heists so far. On the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Wow, that is impressive, all by himself. Yeah, I gotta admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stakeout. But none of us have ever gotten so much of a glimpse of the guy. But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief? Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now, looking for clues. So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh? So what's this calling card? Here it is. But don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's the mark on the front? It's a Master Mask signature emblem, pal. You could say it's his mark. All the calling cards have got it on them. So let me say that sentence again. All of his calling cards have got it on them. You didn't mention that on the news flash. We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. It's the only way we can tell if the calling card is real or not is by this emblem. That makes sense. When you get famous, there's always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little hard, maybe you can have your own copycat someday. Thanks, I guess. Alright, after talking to Gumshoe about everything, head to the basement. No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills. It's probably because it's air conditioned to protect the art pieces, you know. Welcome to my private little banquet of chaos. What the heck does that mean? Alright, what voice to give you? And I'll scroll down as well. Make sure chat catches or I can't catch up with chat. I'm afraid. Yeah, he looks like I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home. Who are you anyway? Shish, silence. Now I see, it's all becoming clear. What do you see? Zavari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, neither very advanced at their trade. Am I wrong? Yikes, that's scary. How did you know that? How, you say? The universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I'm a traveller of both time and space, a swimmer of dreams. What is he talking about? Can't make heads or tails of it. Without further ado, let me fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman, and introduce myself. The name is At Me. Look at me. Get it? Look at me. Ace Detective. Oh, hi. Let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of. Don't let him intimidate you, Squidward. Try to imagine him in his underwear. The name's Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney. I'm Maya Fey. Ace Spirit Medium. And I'm, Pearl Fey. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin and I'm Spirit Medium Ace Apprentice. Excellent! Well then, shall we begin our little game? Game? What was the phrase one short of a baker's dozen come to mind with this guy? So you really as famous as you say? Of course, for a liar, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in the city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Master Mask's arch enemy, the Ace Detective. Look at me.
At that moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious forces of darkness, the other an angelic cherubs of light.
Boy, now I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick? He's saying he's a real arrogant piece of work.
I have been personally on the heels of his villain since his first crime. After learning his criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest loathsome larceny. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Megina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from Master Mask. My brawny mind and my brilliant muscles.
Yeah, they only mentioned it on the news, the great people around the town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward.
Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved from them, it's not much.
So, in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise. So tell us what you know about Master Mask. Keep it simple, please.
Like how I have devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of this store, we were locked in the most glorious battle.
I see, huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night, here in Lordly Taylor?
Naturally. Wherever the mask goes, you will find Atme laying his elegant traps.
Elegant traps? More like the mask how elegant to you and made a beautiful getaway.
But this time, I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory.
I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night?
Oh, of course. After all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces.
That will get you nowhere, Pinocchio.
I first received the request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that we received Master Mask's calling card.
Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived?
Yes, you see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough.
That's Adrian for you.
A mere 10 days before hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized.
The calling card arrived, right?
Yes, so ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse. And waited for him, alone.
Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help?
Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops?
You have a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let the mask get away.
I always operate alone and concealed, out of sight of others.
Concealed?
Precisely. Even the guards on duty here are unaware of my presence. To fool your enemies, you must first fool your friends, is my own original proverb.
Anyway, back to what happened last night.
As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance.
Where's their blood?
Nevertheless, the sacred urn disappeared.
But that's impossible. How could it just disappear?
How, you ask? That'd be ridiculous, Sir Lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here.
Someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout. He's rather full of himself. So you're saying that even though on one... Is that supposed to be no one? Is that a typo? So you're saying that even though no one that came through those doors last night, our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose? Yeah, that's a typo. That's just not possible. Oh, sorry, back's starting to hurt me a little bit. Present the calling card to Atme. Master Mask's calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right?
Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch-rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top-secret piece of information.
Well, we've got an ace lawyer, an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin of princess here.
Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals.
I don't know if I really want this guy to like us, ever.
Well, Sir Lawyer, I've been told that you two are pursuing the mysterious thief.
Well, I'm not sure I would say that exact. That's right! We're going to find the secret urn no matter what we have to do.
Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If perchance you should discover something of value, return then to my office. The Office of Earthly Delights, the Atme Detective Agency.
Office of Earthly Delights?
Well then, Sir Lawyer, if you'd excuse me, I have much to do.
Wait a minute.
He's gone.
I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him.
Come on, Nick, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office too. Take me with you, okay?
Examine the computer.
Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer.
Hey kid, it's on a computer. Stop all the downloading.
Alright, see you, John. Take care.
A computer? Oh, I've heard of those. Such a cute name.
Wait, this computer is storing the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them.
Probably the trap that the detective set up.
Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing.
Might even find a photo of Master Mask.
Let's see here. Man, I really stink at this working with these things.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
You're sweating an awful lot. I don't know how to put it and pull up the photos.
I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick.
Yeah, well, I managed to print up the camera data anyway.
I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera still only went off. It only went off once last night. Camera data added. Next is the sword on the floor.
Wow, this is awesome. What did Miss Andrews say it was called again?
That sword, it's the 7-branch sword in Japanese, or so says Miss Andrews. It's pretty heavy.
1 hit, 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh?
But it's so like hotcakes.
There's something about it that bothers me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. The sword. Was it Mystic Army holding it last night? And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night like it is now.
You're right.
Awesome, Pearly.
I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice. The sword is bent, and so that must mean last night someone used it somehow.
Ah, I just thought of something.
Maybe Detective Atme smashed Master Mask with it. Like this. Ouch! What the heck?
What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before.
Oh man, my head. My hair! The sword's added. Slide right and examine the statue.
The statue of Mystic Army is so cool.
I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office. Hey, it's Wright & Co. How about a gold statue of me?
Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange.
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
The statue of Mystic Army. Was this where it was last night?
Pretty sure it was closer to the door. Yeah. You're going to hear a lot of motorbikes. You're going to hear a lot of them as this stream goes on. About 50. No, that's exaggerating. About, I'd say 15, 16, 17, 18 now come in. 19, 20, 21. A lot of motorbikes just went past. First Monday of May is May Day, otherwise known as Jack and the Green here. I don't know if it's a multicultural thing, but it's certainly a thing in the UK. And the big thing with Jack and the Green, everyone has to be riding their motorbikes, so you're going to have a whole bunch of them come past. It's really cool, actually. So you're going to be, yeah, there's another one that goes past. There's going to be a lot of motorbikes as the day goes on throughout this stream.
Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin.
So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. That's why I don't know if you heard it on the mic, but there was a lot of bikes that went past. I mean, it doesn't say to examine the blood, but I'll examine the blood.
What you did, Nick, you spilled paint over here.
I didn't do that.
It wasn't here last night. I would have noticed the colour. This outrageous.
The paint is already dry. Oh no, it's not blood. That is paint. I went into Danganronpa mode where the blood's pink. That's not paint. That's not blood. That's paint.
Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick.
Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. It's like it's been several days since it's split. Hey, look at this.
What is it?
There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of the stain. Huh? You're right. Wonder what it could be. I love that in the stage shows, Miles Edgeworth has it as his ringtone instead. And he always does a little dance with it too. He'll go da 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 da, dude, and then he'll answer the phone, not the stage plays. Hello, Phoenix Wright here. Oh, it's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, what is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally, this underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yep, I finally caught him. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him. You caught him? Are you saying you captured Mask? Bingo. Well, actually, he surrendered. But I still got him. Master Mask surrendered? That's great. So when can we come pick up the sacred urn? Well, you see, I was going to tell you. What? Something wrong? Do you think that you can swing by the detention center sometime? The detention center? He wants to talk to you. Master Mask, that is. Alright, let's go down. We'll be going to the detention center next. What? He wants to talk to Nick? We're waiting for you, pal, so get over here soon. The detention center, huh? Yeah, we're not going to the Atmead agency until we have to. Why is the detention center a mystery? We've been there many a times before. Hey pal, what was the detention center? You're in a happy mood, aren't you? Yep, after all, we got Master Mutt. Right, but, so where's the sacred urn? Oh, so about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case, huh? Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. You know, he's right, Nick. He is. If you think about the real hard, we are the victims. Well, I guess so, in a way. I'm so used to thinking of this victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases. Excuse me. But anyway, I have to get that sacred urn back. Please, don't just ignore me. Who are you? I'm Mask the Mask, okay? Hey Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly? I'm Rhonda Light, the famous Master Mask. I think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So you're the Mask D-Mask guy? Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of yes and sort of no. If you know what I mean. Why is the text gone like a darker shade at the end there? What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, what I mean to say is it's not right per se. You see, it's not spelled Mask the Mask, it's actually Mask the Mask. What's with this guy? Well, he's a timid little weakling, we know that much. Don't do that, don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity. And I made you cry, baby, too. So why did you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well... I know why, it's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt, am I right? Priceless treasure? It's a broken old urn. I have a little favour to ask. Yeah? What is it? Could you go and talk to Desi? Desi? Look, we really want our urn back. Where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people. I guess the shaded text supposed to be him whispering. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear what he just said, especially at the last part. Mr. Damask, do you think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir. I will. I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything. Mr. Damask, about the urn. Oh, yes, the urn. Right away. Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway. Enough already. Just tell us straight. Please don't yell at me. I'm sorry.
That urn, I lost it.
What? Did you just say? Did you lost it?
Yes, no. Maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I lost it, like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and forgot your bag, you know?
What? You forgot our secret urn on the train? Wait a minute, you went on the train dressed like that?
No, I was just speaking hypothetically, that is all. Anyway, I'm somewhere. I don't know where.
This guy's story is more surreal than Dali painting. I'm really sure this creep is Master Mask. Well, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. So who is this Desi person?
Please don't talk about my wife like that.
I guess she must be his wife.
I'm sorry, the truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. You think you could go and visit her at my hideout?
Hideout?
Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout? Oh, sorry, naturally I meant to say my secret base.
Secret base?
Well, my apartment actually. Palazzo Pelpepe, 3rd floor.
So have a look, Nick. It's a Master Mask's hideout. It tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. Is there anything else we need to do before we go? No, once we've spoken about everything, go to the hideout. Oh, jeez. The Master Mask's hideout. Wow, check out this place. No doubt about it, this is Master Mask's hideout, alright.
Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie?
Oh, she looks kind of cool. I'm not sure about the wheel earrings, but she's kind of cool. No, who are you people? Are you Desi Delight? That's right, I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be the lawyer. And the victim. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you.
I'm Maya Fey, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
Nicky Boy and Maya, huh? You can tell how grateful I am that you decided to help out Maya Rani.
Well, you're welcome.
Did you really call me Nicky Boy? And how did you end up with someone like him? Not that I'm judging. How about your husband? Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes, though. A bit. By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV?
Huh? Really?
They said you own the urn and that you're doing some shady training in a law office now. Remind me not to watch that channel's news program. After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned. I see. My Ronnie, he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me, I stole that urn, he kept saying, as if it was even possible.
Huh? But are you saying he didn't?
Of course he didn't. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that?
Well, you know, it's a priceless treasure, and he's, you know...
It's possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity. Me? I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life.
Oh, excitement, huh?
Yeah, I'm at my happiest when I'm racing along on my bike going at full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line, you know what I mean? Well, I think that depends on how you ride it. I'm the type that can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action.
No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's definitely not the one for thrills and danger. But I don't have to say that makes up for it. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways. Other ways? Yeah, money. Ronnie's incredibly rich and super generous. He brought me a bike so fast it would make your head spin. In shopping, I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin. Man, talk about a high-maintenance wife.
So where does Mr. Delight get all this money from?
Ronnie's a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it. He's a security guard. It's my turn for my head spin. Can you tell us about what happened last night? What time did that incident take place again? What time was it again, Maya? Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning. Last night was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yeah, I always do my best flying at night. Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right? Yeah, anyway, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. Can't believe he caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. How did you not end up... If you were all taken on a chase, how did you not end up, like, arrested proper? When he finally caught me, the poor man was as white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home. It's like she's got an airtight alibi. Well, what about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time of the night. When I got home, he was already fast asleep. So basically, he's got no alibi. Present Master Mask. Oh, the man, not the... Mr. Light, you must know, right? About your husband and Master Mask? Master Mask? Of course, I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan. What? Huh? Biggest fan? Yep, and Ronnie can be pretty delusional sometimes. And that's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Wait a minute. Did you say delusional? Yeah, that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Master Mask. What? What are you talking about? So, when did Ron first become Master Mask? What are you talking about? He's not Master Mask. Huh? But, wait a second. Look around this room. This place is obviously Master Mask's hideout. No, you're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures. Heroic figures? But Master Mask is a bad guy. So he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true? Anyway, if he really had stolen that urn, wouldn't he still have it? Well, I suppose so. Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not? There's a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. And something about Ron's behaviour bothers me. Maybe it's true. Maybe Mr. Delight isn't Master Mask after all. Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy? What is it? I know I may seem like a bad girl on the outside, but the one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity. I had a feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I can tell you've got a good heart. Somebody framed my poor Ronnie, I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me? A letter? Yeah, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back. Mr. Light. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it to us. And then we're back to the detention center to give the letter to Ron. The music. Oh, that's right. Here. Is this from your wife? From Desi? Thank you. Actually, more like taken. My dear Ronnie, how are you? I'm doing fine. He's clutching onto the letter so hard the ink is going to squeeze out. Looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick. Mr. Lawyer? Yeah? In the letter that Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer. I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow. Hey, hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer. Why not? What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of the mask guy. Well, yeah, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it. She said, poor man, he deluded himself into thinking he did it. Right, Mr. Nick? Come on. She could be lying to protect her husband. Well, that's true. No, actually not. Actually, it's hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading. Oh, please, I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return. What should I do? I'm guessing the answer's take the case. Yeah. Well, Mr. Delight, I've decided to give it a try. I'll defend you. Really? You will? Hey, what are you doing, Nick? He's a thief. You can't trust him. Well, he may be a thief. But I think there's more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. Pearls! Can't believe you defend this person after what he did to Mystic Maya.
I'll never forgive you, ever! Ah! Pearly, wait.
This is going to be ugly.
I'll go after her.
I'm sorry about that.
I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating.
Oh, Maya. Where's Pearls? She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you?
And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case?
Yeah? I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you.
I think I'm going to cry. I know you have a lot of work to do.
I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get this show on the road.
First...
Ah! Mr. Nick, welcome back.
Oh, hey, Pearls. You're back too, I see.
I went and brought us a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea, go with it.
Hey, Pearls. Looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center. You don't have to show me again.
Mr. Maya, the tea's ready. Oh, thanks. Oh, Mr. Nick, please have some of this cake.
Yeah, thanks.
Pearls? Oh, excuse me, I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet. Hey, it's okay, I just cleaned it this morning.
Too late. This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened at Crane Village. I still remember when what she said to me when we first met.
You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya's special someone.
Hey, Maya, I've always thought it was because she was young, but what?
Pearls,
I think she got the wrong idea about you and me.
huh?
Something you need to understand. What is it?
It's kind of like a Crane Village custom, sort of.
Pearl seems to love you a lot.
Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and well, because of the murder case last year, Pearl's mother is...
Oh yeah. The true evil is still missing. I remember now. Pearl's mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. Although she did get caught and arrested in the end as an accomplice. So you see, I'm the only family Pearl has right now.
But it's the same for me too. Maya, my mother's gone too.
There are hardly any men in Crane Village. Now you mention it, I never actually saw any men there while I visited. I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago. About how spiritual powers run very strong in the Fay family. Yeah, you did. And that's why you're undergoing training to be a spirit medium, right?
Yeah, the thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power.
That's why the whole culture of Crane Village kind of revolves around its women. Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages.
Oh. Well, men start to feel left out for a while, and then they start just leaving. Especially if their man has a daughter. Are you saying that Pearl's father... He's gone. He left the village when she was very young. Boy, that's tough. Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that. So your mother's still missing?
Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is.
Maya's mother, Misty Fay. The current master of the Crane channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved in a certain police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right?
Yeah,
I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing. And if your mother doesn't come back, then what? Then according to the laws of the village, I'll become the next master. Mystic Maya, the master of the Crane technique. Sounds like a heavy responsibility. Yeah, but there's no one else with me, the blood of the Fey main family, who's a spirit medium.
Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything just sitting around the office.
Yeah, I know. But first, I want to talk to Pearls.
Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
I acted like a baby.
Pearls?
I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
I From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said. Oh, it's okay. I'm the one that should be apologizing. Well, I'm going to go out for a little bit.
Huh? Where are you going?
Maybe small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. I'm going to show you I can be useful too by finding some evidence. Hey, wait a...
Ah, she runs fast.
Nick, let's back off and give her some room, okay?
Yeah. Move to the main exhibit again.
Maya!
Oh, Adrian.
Oh, Miss Andrews. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn.
Please, calm down. What's wrong?
It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm sorry, I'll do anything to make it up to you. No, it's okay. I know I don't look it, but I'm really good at my hands. I can make you another urn. Hold on, just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down and talk to us. Forgive me, forgive me.
So when did you get the calling card from Master Mask?
Let's see, exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me.
So you asked Detective Atme to help with security?
Yeah. In fact, it was about 20 days ago I hired him. He seemed to know much more about Master Mask than the police.
So you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived?
Well, yes. I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I learned to trust my hunches.
So that's why there are security cameras even in the basement warehouse?
Yes, Lord Lee Taylor is very serious about their security measures. It was their way of saying bring it on to any potential thieves.
Well, he sure brought it last night and even left with a nice souvenir.
Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It's all my fault. I never should have called the paltry little collection a treasure exhibit anyway.
Why did you say that? The urn was stolen, a pretty important object.
Maybe, but its actual value after appraisal was, well, practically zero. Zero? I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. But that urn contains the soul of Mystic Army. Anyway, I left it all the security arrangements to Detective Atme. But 5 days ago, I began receiving all sorts of other exhibit items from Karain. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So maybe one of them was actually a mask in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible.
Knowing Adrian, she probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Oh, now we finally are gonna suffer this dude and go to the detective agency.
Hello.
Well, well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. Welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere.
This dude has a painting of himself. This dude has a painting of himself. We're actually kind of...
Shh, silence. Perhaps as expected.
What is?
Zavari. The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A liar and a spirit medium, am I correct?
I think we've already been through this.
Ah, so my estimation was correct. Zavari, how truly elegant. Now then, what can I do for you?
Fine, we'll talk to you, you psycho. You mentioned before that you were on guard duty all alone last night.
Precisely, this is my 5th encounter with the arch-enemy. I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with the rightful pursuit of my prey.
I heard you've been after Master Mask since his very first theft.
Yes, my dear, I see you've done your homework. The very first heist, that vile thief pilfered the famous jewel, the Tear of Manon. I first encountered him in the museum's secret hall, the crime scene itself.
So that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit.
I'm pretty sure he said that to Adrian Andrews hiding.
Yes, I borrowed some equipment from Lord Lee Taylor and set the perfect trap.
You must mean a security camera.
But I thought you were watching that area yourself too. So how did Mask manage to steal the urn?
That's the million-dollar question. What is the Mask's modus operandi?
Mr. Adme, did you know about the sacred urn?
I'm interested in only one thing, my dear, and that is Mask.
The
Secret urn? Heh, that had nothing to do with this case. But wasn't that what Mask stole this time? I am a hunter, sir. The urn is nothing more than a lure to catch my prey. Do you yourself remember the shape of the individual peanuts you throw at pigeons? I don't think it's like, I don't like this guy's attitude, Nick. But anyway, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn. There's something that's sort of bothering me here. My back's aching a little bit. Please, my dear, ask me anything you'd like. After all, we were all but seekers, wandering alone in the dark. Well, I was wondering how Mask managed to steal the urn. I mean, isn't it strange that you don't seem to know? Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep, you should have at least seen Mask. Oh, here we go. Remember this from the last game? It's back. What the... It's a psych lock. Psych lock? Nick, what's a psych lock? Well, your Magatama lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are. What, the Magatama has that kind of power? You're the one who gave me this Magatama last year. Well, it's true that this Magatama is a prized Fae family heirloom, but Pearly was the one that actually imbued it with spiritual powers, right? That's why I don't really know much about what it can do. This is a woman that's going to take over the Korean channeling school someday. So how do you do it? How do you break the psych lock thing? Well, you present the Magatama in person to the secret. Cool, can't wait to see you try it out. Oh boy, I think the future Masters needs to learn how to be patient. Right, we have everything we need to get the info out of him. We have the camera data. And we have this. That's all we need, actually. Take that! Detective Atme, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see Mask commit the crime. Well, now I hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes, indeed, I was guarding the warehouse. That much is true. And I can tell you for certain that not a single person passed through that door. I'm not sure why, but this Atme guy is lying through his teeth. I know. I'll show him some proof. Detective Atme, I have the proof that someone went through that door last night. Take that! It was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door. Precisely. I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera data. As you can see, the camera went off exactly once last night. What? But my monocle didn't catch anyone in that flash. It must be some kind of computer malfunction. It must be. Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned. What? Are you saying I didn't do my duty properly? Detective Atme, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is why you were trying to hide it. Hiding it, there must be some reason. Some reason that he desperately wants to keep it hidden. And I've got just a piece of evidence to prove it. Okay, let's suppose you didn't manage to see Mask. In that case, the reason you didn't see it at the time was because you were unconscious. I'm afraid that's making a guess not enough. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me the evidence. The bent up sword. Take that! Detective Atme, you were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you? Haha, surely you must be joking. You think that I, look at me, would have knocked unconscious so easily? The sword proves it. Before the theft, the sword was in the hand of the statue of Amy Faye. Furthermore, at the time, it was not bent. There's only one explanation. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious by this sword. Well, detective, how about it? I'm impressed. You truly are an ace attorney. Can't deny that there may be a small hint of truth in what you say. So you were knocked out when the thief first clobbered you? Clobber? What an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. The coward struck at the precise moment that I turned to look at the computer. So you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse?
No, the coward must have wormed his way through to somewhere beside the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. My arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Ouch, Mr. Atme should have his poor head examined. You can say that again. How could we have underestimated the thief that badly? Well, it looks like we've got one thing cleared up anyway. Huh? What? That Atme is the greatest ace detective in the world? No, that he's never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. So the thief may not even be Master Mask. Just one moment, Sir Lawyer. The thief was unquestionably Master Mask, but you never actually saw him. Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera for just a contingency. Oh. Last night, the camera went off exactly once. Behold, this is the photo of the dastardly thief taken from the security camera. That's him! Master Mask. The thief can be none other than my arch criminal, Mask the Mask. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such a brazen crimes. What are you talking about? So, what do you mean by he had such a very good reason? Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There'll be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. But how would you know about that? Have you forgotten? You speak to the finest ace detective ever to walk on the face of the earth. The most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me. Well, I guess we'd better take a look, just in case. Go back to the hideout. Or the hideout. Scroll down. Oh, Jesus, I've already looked at the time. We're not going to do this whole case in one stream. It's not happening. We'll do the first investigation and first trial piece, and then when we go on to day 2, then I'll wrap up, and we'll do the rest of this case and start the next one on the next stream, because there's no way we're getting this done in today without this case, without this stream being very long. There's the envelope. I was like, where is it? Nick, remember what Detective Atme said? Yeah, the envelope. A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 AM on October 12th and bring $50,000. 50,000? This is a blackmail letter. Sure looks like a major clue, alright. Oh, someone at the door? I'll be right back. Won't take a second, promise. Thank you for coming. It's so nice of you. When I see damsel in distress, I just can't help myself. Please, come on in. I'll make some coffee. Really? Okay, I guess I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. Wait a minute. I know that voice. Oh, Nicky boy, I'm so sorry, but I've got another guest. You're... Nick, it's you! And Maya, too! What a fluke! I thought you said what a fuck then for a second. Larry! Long time no see. What, you know each other? Nicky boy? Nick, do you and this girl have, something going on? Something? If you mean what I think... I underestimated you, Nick. A gorgeous lady like this. And married too. Way to go, dude. I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the Butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been... not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. Hey man, that wasn't nice. I was your very first client. We've got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the buds. Hey, come on now. You're embarrassing me. And in front of this pretty little thing here. So you two are old childhood friends, I see. Oh, that's so sweet. You should go ahead and catch up on old times. I'm going to go check on my bike. Nice girl, that Desi. So how have you been, Nick? Too busy if you really want to know. Fine, Larry, will entertain you for a while. So what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I heard from you. And what's with those clothes? You look, well, weird. Hey man, that's uncalled for. This is my uniform from my part-time job. But I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun.
What's wrong?
Nick, I gotta tell you. Women, I don't trust them anymore.
You got dumped again?
Well, you know Benetha. I followed her all the way to Japan 2 years ago.
Larry's a cop now? I'm confused. Yeah, he jumps from career to career to career whenever it suits, and he's not good at any of them. I don't think he's a cop, I think he's just a security guard.
That's when I met the famous Caddy Tom, and my whole life changed.
Benefit? Caddy Tom? I've never heard of either of them.
Anyway, dude, Caddy Tom chose Hollywood over me. Can you believe it?
Yes. Well, actually. Anyway. Also back. Yeah, welcome back, dude. Sounds like you had quite the adventure.
Women! They're so... Oh, but you're different, Maya. You're not like the rest.
Hey, leave her alone. She's 19. And how old are you? 25. Leave her alone. Looks like he's still the same old Larry. Why are you here? What are you doing here anyway?
Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm just a natural-born nice guy, that's all. Well, actually, I picked up this last night while I was working.
A wallet? So you found this last night?
Yeah, it had a driver's license in it, so I figured I'd just return it myself.
Ron's wallet, found by Larry at his part-time job as Security Jobs Company building. Hang on, let me see that for a minute. I knew it. Desi's picture's in here.
Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Hey Nick, it's not what you're thinking at all.
No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, no way, man. I mean, she's a married woman. That's just bad news.
He really is here just to check out Mr. Light. So you said you found it at your job, right?
Yeah, I'm working for a private security company as a guard. Chicks just love a guy in uniform, you know?
Yeah, and that's why you took the job. Same old. Security guard, huh? So that's what that uniform is all about. So what time was it when you found this last night?
Huh? Why are you asking me that? Trying to see if I've got an alibi?
You're not the one on the hook for a crime this time, buddy.
I guess it was around 1 in the morning, the first floor of the company building.
What's Mr. Delight's wallet doing there?
Anyway, there's nothing weird about that. After all, he works there.
He works there? You mean Delight?
Sure, here, take a look at this. It's right here in this wallet.
What's this card?
It's a key card for the security company.
See? It's got a serial number on the right there.
There's no mistake about it.
You said you were working a part-time at a security company, right?
That's right. Why are you making that scary face?
Security company, huh? Something's not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. Alright, anything else? Present the key card back to him.
So you're sure about this key card? Yep, that's the key card we use in the building I work at. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You need to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record.
It leaves a record?
Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
Larry, I need that data.
Oh, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data is off limits to outsiders. If I lost this job, I'd never have a chance with Desi.
You don't anyway. It's times like this when you wish lawyers weren't so powerless. And presents the blackmail letter to him as well.
Hey Larry, what about this? What? If you've got something to say, then say it already. Huh? A blackmail letter?
Do you know anything about this?
What? I don't know anything about Alexis. And that's the truth.
What?
Can't believe you do this to me. I thought you were my friend. $50,000? I don't have that kind of money.
No, you don't understand. This blackmail letter was sent to Ron Delight.
Ooh, man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot.
Wait, I'm the idiot?
Man, I was totally confused because it says KB Security right on the envelope.
Yeah, so what?
That's where I got a part-time job at KB Security.
What? Well, I really should find out some more about this KB security company. KB Security, the company in the blackmail letter. You know about it? That's where I work, yeah. In fact, I'm on the job right now. Huh? So what are you doing here then? Well, the boss is always right now. The boss is away right now, sorry. And you know what mice do when the cat's away. Yes. Anyway, how far away is the company? Let me see. 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you fly down the road anyway. Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lordly Taylor, right? And it would take roughly an hour to get from here to the KB Security and back. If Ron DeLite was in the KB Security when the robbery occurred, then... Whoa. He couldn't have stolen the secret urn. Hey, nick your phone. Oh, is this the Wright residence? Ah, Pearls, where are you? I thought I'd go to Lordly Taylor to try and find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost. What? Give me that phone, Nick. Pearly, where are you right now? I was walking along and found myself in front of this person's office. That person? Who? That person who doesn't act his age and always says Savari when he's excited. Look at me, ace detective. Okay, stay right there, we're coming to get you. Alright, I'm a little scared. Alright, let's go, Maya. Wait a second, Nick! What? A phone call just now sounded like a real cutie. No, she doesn't. Never one of your, special friends. Say goodbye to Mr. Light for me, would you, Larry? That was like Phoenix going, she's fucking 9, I will kill you if you... I get it, he doesn't know it's a kid on the other side, he just heard a cute girly voice. That's what Larry's going for, but Jesus Christ, Larry. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's go back to @me and pick up Pearl. I think of the name. So I'm in the bag on the table. Okay. Ah, Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya. Pearly! I never thought I'd see you two again. Ow. Yeah, after we do the trial, I'm definitely going to wrap up because my back's killing me today for some reason. I honestly don't know why. It's just being very feisty. So is Mr. Ace Detective out of the office? Out of the office? Yeah, when I arrived here, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Say, Nick, doesn't it look like something changed since we were here last? Now you mention it. Spag, I'm sure it wasn't here before. Looks quite full. I wonder what it could be in here. Hey, Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. That's true. And truth be told, I have to admit I am kind of curious. Well, what's in there? Hang on a second, taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there. He's here! What are you doing, sir? What are you doing, sir lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the law so flagrantly. Really sorry, Maya made me do it. Nick, I can't believe you. A gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behaviour. The real question is, can you afford to waste time lollygagging about here? What do you mean by that? As I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial, Savari. Shall we say the figurative Sir William will be dropping his panties before lunchtime. Wow, Nick, sounds like it's going to be really exciting. What's going to happen at the trial tomorrow that's so dramatic? Do you know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Sir Liar? It was becoming a liar in the first place. Jesus Christ. It would be nice to wipe the smile off this guy. This certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick. Tomorrow will be the day to remember. Look at me, will take the stand. And then, Zavari, my testimony will prove to be the undoing of a lot of you. Yes, all of you. I will unmask you as the thief's co-conspirators. Conspirators? You're quick on the defensive, I see. However, it is not I that is your greatest enemy. There is a far more dangerous threat that you will face during the trial. What are you talking about?
So, lawyer, if you truly are who you say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot. Godot? We'll get to that. Is he going to step down the path of foolishness? To try and defend a career criminal who deserves nothing less than the death penalty. Hey, last time I checked, no one knows for sure that Mr. Delight is really the mask. My dear lady, times may change, but people sadly do not. Well, you will understand this when you are more mature. Who is this Godot person? Not surprising that a spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the prosecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven. Godot, a legend or a myth, men pin a lifetime of hopes on the chance to simply meet him. Prosecutor Godot. But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot, it's Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, Nick? It's not surprised that a spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. But Ace Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is currently travelling abroad, because of course he fucking is. Huh? In fact, it was Mr. Edgeworth who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country. Do you agree with that? Most certainly. In fact, you could call him the Luke Acme of the prosecutor's office. That's not a compliment. Oh, that's good to hear. The prosecution has a fighting chance tomorrow. Mr. Nick, is this Godot really that strong? I seem to remember hearing about someone like that. That's surprising. Some people spend their entire lives idly waiting for his appearance. So we're done investigating for today. So, lawyer, the stage has been set and all the pieces are finally in place. All that remains now is for the dance to begin. We need a prosecutor, an ace detective, and a thief. This will be one tough trial. I like Godot. Godot's a Godot's a fun character. Just to jump the gun a little bit, he's fun. Just like how Miles was like the prosecutor of the first game and Fran was the prosecutor of the second, Godot very much dominates this game. October 13th, 9:36. Defendant lobby 4. Nick, what is it? Something wrong? Nah, but did you see all the people here? It's crazy. Oh look, check out the masks glossy I brought. You brought this where? My little tents in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things for sale. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Come on, I'm guilty. Throw the book at me. Who's screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it. Yeah, I did, but it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you. Because I did it! I'm the criminal! Me! He's at it again. I sent the calling card to Lord Taylor, I admit it! But you don't have the secret urn. Well, that's true, but it doesn't mean I didn't commit the crime. Normally, when I say of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic, but you, yikes. Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. So make sure they give me a guilty verdict, please. Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Oh, Desi, honey. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French at a time like this. Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. You see, actually the thief is me. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. So why are you smiling when you say that? You should be more afraid. You should be more afraid. Phoenix. If someone smiles at you when they say you'll be sorry for it, you're like, uh-oh, you should be fucking worrying. Well, if you excuse me, I got some errands I need to take care of. Counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is the mask or not, but there's one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom. For the time being, I guess I have to trust Desiree. October 13th, 10 AM. God, look at him. Look at Godot. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to... What a stupid question. What did you say? Fine. Let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment? What? No, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides.
Well, if you are not ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by.
Who are you?
I am Godot. Legendary prosecutor. I have never lost a case. He's the one that Detective Adby was talking about.
Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far?
None.
What did you say?
I've never prosecuted a case before.
Never? But you said you've never lost before.
Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either.
Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you?
Even the mightiest of redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings.
Yeah, but a mask? Court of law?
Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks. Either on our faces or over our hearts. This guy is real deal, alright, Nick. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Trite. Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. Who is this masked man? I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you.
Well then, Prosecutor Gobo.
It's not Gobo, it's Godot, Your Honor.
In any case, please give your opening statement.
Opening statement? Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Trite.
What is it?
Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break into.
Well then, let's hear from the first witness. My name is...
No one has asked for your name, witness. Ugh. The important thing is what you know. That's all. Start talking. We're listening.
Yes, sir. Alright, witness, first, let's hear about what you know about the thief that stole the urn. Yes, sir.
Master Mask's crimes. Master Mask is a master thief that first started this crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. That was his 5th heist, and as usual, he sent a card to the lordly tailor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Master Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T.
So then the actual identity of this Master Mask is... Mr. Godot, what are you... We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godot.
Blacker than a moonless night. Hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please proceed.
Very well, it's only coffee after all.
What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial.
Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Well, Nick, what are you going to do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Mask who stole the urn. Alright, we present the sacred urn to the statement this pattern is always go over the most precious art pieces. Objection! Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe?
Just hearing the little in that question is making me nervous.
You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right?
That's right, pal.
But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art.
What do you mean?
Nick, how can you say such a terrible thing? No, I mean from a financial point of view. I mean it wouldn't fetch a good price.
Well, Prosecutor Godot, what is the value of this urn?
The appraiser I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense. So in other words,
it was not the kind of item that Master Mask would normally go after. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the thief of the secret urn was not the work of Master Mask? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but... Well, first of all, we need to get to this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Master Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot? This coffee here, it's my own special blend. I call it Godot number 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now, Mr. Trite. What? If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess. Sorry, but I don't get what you mean. If you're saying it wasn't Master Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating Master Mask's methods. A fake. A fake the mask? Fake the mask? That sounds so ridiculous, but I like it. Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Proof the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behaviour, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting. It's like I'm going to have to prove it. He'd prove that the person who, the person at Lordly Taylor that night was, in fact, a fake. Security camera photo. Take that! Proof is right here. This looks like a photo taken by the security camera. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what's about this is so peculiar. The collar? What? I guess we'll find out if I'm right. It's right here, I think. It was so peculiar. The place that you're pointing at is all wrong. What do you mean? The only thing peculiar in this courtroom is the top of your head. Nick, were you gonna let him get away making fun of your hair? Yeah, at least until I... What's so... It says the collar. What am I missing from the collar? Well, anyway, it's a strange spot in this photo. Still haven't given up? So what is it then? Go on, use the pointer. Time to experiment, because the guy just says collar, and I'm like, but what are you talking about? It's right here, of course. I mean, they literally mean that the choker collar, not the collar as in like a coat collar. Okay, got it. You mean Master Mask? I have here a piece of reference I'd like the court to look at. Publicly. Oh, okay. It's split on one side. The problem I have with this security camera photo is the brooch on the mask's chest. A breach? Here, bailiff, get my steed. We need to retreat at once. A brooch, Your Honour, sort of clasp for holding one's cape on. A clasp? Oh, I see now. But the Master Mask in the security camera photo. He has no brooch. The brooch is the same on the emblem of the mask calling cards. It serves as his symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this Master Mask is a fake. I've been fooled again. Scroll down. Order, it's true, undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this? I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I... Hey now. If you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Godot, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch? The brooch you're talking about? Do you mean this?
That's Master Mask's brooch. Where did you find it?
Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadows of a big female Buddha statue.
Buddha statue? You must mean the Amy Faye statue.
Why didn't you tell me about it, sir?
I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. This guy is one of the cool customer. Still early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there too.
Hickeys?
Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Rhonda Light's fingerprints.
What? What? The defense's fingerprints on the brooch? Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let's see that brooch.
I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her.
It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth left on the back.
Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene.
Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem.
Ha! You mess with Godot. And you get burned.
He's been playing me like a violin.
Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness.
Huh? You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet.
You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough.
That doesn't sound good at all. Bailiff, bring the next witness into the courtroom.
Finally, time for the ace detective to make his appearance. Huh?
One second is one drip of the hot coffee pot.
Let me say that again.
Let me be a suave bastard once again. Let me just try that again. 1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up.
Silence! Now I see it's becoming clear.
What's clear?
Zavari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. We have here judge, a prosecutor, coffee maniac at that. Am I correct?
Well, yes, that's right.
Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person who's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil.
Well, sir prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Luke Atme, the ace detective and rising star illuminating the heavens.
Well, these two make a perfect fucking pair. They'd either be best friends or they tear each other's head off.
I heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone in security detail.
You've heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. Detective Gumshoe is worth anything, that is.
That guy all by himself anyway. There must be some reason. I'm sure of it.
Well then, let us what this special monocle of yours witness.
It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Mask the Mask, dancingly descended upon me. As I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police.
So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal?
My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, there's limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural.
I failed to see why the witness seemed so proud of his performance that evening.
Well, Sir Old-Timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief. But the king of thieves, the great Master Mask, my arch enemy. That is why my instincts and my years of experience tell me.
Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Present the brooch to the statement, darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike.
Objection!
And I will scroll down so we're ready for the next one. How many are in this?
Ooh, only 2 more and then we're in the next part of the investigation. Jesus Christ, it's a very long investigation though. Yeah, I'm still standing by my word. Once we're done with this half, I'm going to wrap up and then we'll do the rest of the trial next time. Just because the trials get longer as the series goes on, alright? And I'm hungry. It's 1:30 here in the UK. I'm getting a little hungry. Anyway, we've got 2 more witness testimonies to clear up and then we'll be moving on. Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours?
Ah, that belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Master Mask. It is, in point of fact, Master Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse.
I wonder how that happened.
Ah, elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough.
Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing. Ripped off? Ah. We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. That's the only thing I can think of. And there's only one person that was in the position to have a struggle with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Atme. Detective Atme, you must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court? Witness giving false testimony is a serious crime.
I know. Wait just a moment, sir, old-timer.
Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home.
I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately, I can speak.
The true measure of a man is the amount of work he does. That's what I always say. Nick, you can only handle 1 case at a time, isn't that right? You talk too much. Witness, so are you now saying that you and the thief fought? Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor. Excuse me? Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules.
Indeed, I understand. I look at me, agree completely.
Fight with the thief.
Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated.
Love that word. Discombobulate.
Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights with only his own fists, but they were not enough. His first blow struck true, bam, and that is all she wrote.
So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Mask.
Correct. It was during his 3rd crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak.
Well, that's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case. That can't be good. Press at me on the first blow struck true. Hold it! Can you tell us a little more about what happened?
My opponent was just both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powerlicious.
Powerlicious?
I assumed the at-me fighting stance, but the sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me.
What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? At-me fighting style? What is this at-me fighting style?
I'm sorry, but as a trade secret, I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if you absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That is, no one can get behind you.
That's it? That's the at-me fighting style? Well, Mr. Wright, what about this testimony? It's very important. Of course it's important. We learned a detective's secret technique after all. Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night. Why the heck is that? Why is he eyeballing me like that? It's creeping me out. Now then, witness. We'll go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony. And from there, we can prove that that's bullshit because the weapon hit the back of his head. This. Objection! Detective Atme, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards.
What fun is this, Sir Lawyer? What fun this is, Sir Lawyer, if you truly pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armoured feet.
I believe this is what you said yesterday.
No, the coward must have wormed his way through somewhere beside the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here.
From behind, huh? But just now you testified that he struck you on the forehead.
I hardly think you'd forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I made another mistake.
Detective Atme, that's not the only strange part of your testimony. What do you mean by that? For example, the very fact that you hit the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security.
Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad.
Well, that's wrong. Ooh, that was very sexy. Objection! To err is human. To forgive divine. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate, and yes, they even make mistakes. Objection! Hey, hold on. It's not as pretty as that. Oh, look at that coffee animation jump. Really? Then what is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules. This is it. This might just be my chance to turn things around. Mr. Wright, what exactly is it you're asserting? Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that... Mr. Adme's a fake note. Mr. Adme is the mask. The answer is simple. It's clear to me now. Detective Luke Atme's true identity is actually Master Mask. Yeah! Why does Godot sound like an edgy OC? Yeah, he kind of plays himself up as like always have all the answers, always got the mystique and the words how he says, but half the shit he says, he sit there and you go, okay, dude. Order, but I love him anyway. He's an idiot, but he's our idiot. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? There are too many unnatural parts of Mr. Atme's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scene, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he managed to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure.
That's because I analysed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a...
Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Atme. The truth is that you are, in fact, Master Mask. But Mr. Wright, this photo clearly shows Mask. Security camera belonged to the Lord Detail department store. You shouldn't have been able to manipulate it. You didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn. So the ace detective is actually the ace thief. Is this true, witness?
Aha.
Don't do that.
The Mask's MO is pure genius. And so am I, Luke Atme, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, Sir Lawyer.
What? Witness, you admitting it? Nick, now's your chance. Yeah, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atme, when you assumed you... Ow! Godot Blend, number 102. My personal favourite. Mr. Godot! The ace detective is actually an ace thief? I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true. But Mr. Godot, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points and I will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt, Mr. Trite. If the detective really is the thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee drifting down your face. Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see the decisive proof you have, quickly. Can you maybe give me a towel first, and maybe tell Godot not to throw coffee mugs? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Wow, what's the big rush? You alright, Nick? Hammy looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this fight right now if I can.
Can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Luke Atme is in fact the Master Mask is yet to be found. Proof? Of course, I've got nothing.
Just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get after all.
Yeah,
I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion.
it's no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove this guy is the thief.
Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again.
It's no good. I'm just not ready yet.
But you going to just give up and let us lose this?
So, you've come to your senses, have you, Sir Liar? Can't think of a counter-attack at all. This game is such a weird fusion of Western detective movies and anime that it sort of works. Yeah, this... the big thing of this game is that despite the fact it's very fucking clearly Japanese-made and based in Japan, they try and trick you into thinking it's based in America. And it's like, it's the whole Japan interpretation of American tropes thing again. You know the old saying, be the American the Japanese think you are? Yeah, it's literally that. It's like, so everything, it's got that anime flair and everything to it, but they're trying to be Western with it. That's the easiest way to put it. They're trying to make it appear Western and how it's designed, which is why it gets this weird balance between anime and weird Western tropes and like cliches. It's like on that line where it's trying to be more Western, but it's very much a Japanese game.
Mr. Godot, do you have anything further to... What? Who? Who are you?
That doesn't really matter right now, does it? Mr. Light, what are you doing here?
Nicky boy, the thing you've been looking for. I think I found it.
You mean the bag?
No, not the bag.
It's what's in the bag, well.
Is that...
The sacred urn! Nick, it's the urn!
Order, you madam! That urn, where'd you find it?
You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective, Luke Atme. Oh, Desi, you're the best.
What a woman! Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atme? Even you're going to have a hard time weaseling your way out of this one.
Ha, pathetic.
Mr. Godot, do you have something you wish to say?
Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad.
You're still denying that Mr. Adme was involved?
Before casting aspirations at Detective Adme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree Delight, is that correct?
Yeah? What about it?
How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring.
What are you insinuating?
As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere. Including the office of the only good detective here.
Including the office of the good detective here.
So you found the urn. What does that prove?
Certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it. What? I just brought it here from the detective's office.
Please, madam. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to.
You're wrong! I would never do such a thing.
Mr. Light, please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me talk to some sense into these people.
There must be some way. I've got to prove that urn is actually Atme Detective Agency. If we testify what we saw, Godot could just push the same envelope on us. So show fingerprints on the urn. I can prove where the urn was by the fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints, eh?
Oh, come now. Now you're really making me laugh, Sir Liar. Fingerprints indeed. May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, you can see. So unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence on anything.
What about it, Mr. Wright? These witness fingerprints wouldn't mean nothing anyway.
Nick, what are you going to do now? Come too far to turn back now. Atme must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday, and there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. We present ourselves. Because when we reach our hand to the bag, we touch the urn. So it's like, well, if we can prove our fingerprints on it, we can prove where we found it. Take that! Take that! So what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Atme, do you recall the events of yesterday?
Hey, Nick, come on, open it up.
Hey, wait a minute, we can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy, this is an important investigation. Well, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there. It's true that I didn't get a chance to look at the bag at the time, but I did touch what was inside. What? You touched it? And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard. Well, that was just... Your Honour, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on the urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective Atme's office.
Objection!
Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it?
Of course it does.
What did you say?
It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it was yesterday at Atme's detective agency.
This blend, Godot Blend 107. I've decided it's a little too bitter after all.
Oh, he's finally taken the hit.
Order, order, order. I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn.
Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that.
No need, you say?
Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I've finally broken him down.
Take a good look, everyone.
I don't like what he's doing with his offhand. The hand doing this is fine. The hand doing this is fine. The other one doing this looks weird. Don't stop doing it.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
This guy's nuttier than a fruitcake.
You see, it was me all along. I am the one and only Master Mask. Haha, I hope you all enjoyed my little performance.
Well, Mr. Godot, what's Mr. Atme's condition?
He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be.
Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I claim perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of thief.
Nick, you were right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief.
The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight.
Hold it! It would seem I return. Hey, welcome back, John. You're wrong, I tell you. I mean, not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I was actually really trying to say. Oh no, it's not. It can't be happening. The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. No, he's too much of a fanboy that he genuinely thinks he's him. Shut up, Ron. It's me, I'm him, I'm the one you want, I'm the thief, I tell you. Oh my god. So do it, pronounce me guilty, please.
I don't know what kind of kangaroo court you'll think this is, but...
The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry and pass, Judge. What are you talking about? I already confessed, I'm the thief, I tell you.
You know, it's like... this is interesting now. Mr. Godot, don't just stand there drinking coffee.
Hey there, Mr. Thief.
Yes, sir?
If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean.
If you are Master Mask, then prove it. That's what it means.
Yes, sir. No, I'm happy to.
He says he'll be happy to, Nick. It's kind of cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy. Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man.
I know that. I won't fail, I swear.
Okay then, talk. We're all listening.
Oh well, let's have a listen to this confession.
The truth is, I've been Master Mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm actually not Master Mask, can you? I don't have an alibi on the night the urn was stolen after all. I donned my costume that night and danced descendantly on the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right there in the photo, that's me. It's my brooch. I snagged it on the door handle and I got torn off, that's all.
I don't like the direction this trial has taken. But it's how every trial goes, at least with me anyway.
Got that sound effect.
You're doing great. Stop it, Mr. Godot, you're embarrassing me. Oh, Jesus Christ, get a room. Like I said, you're only going to get one chance to testify, alright?
But if you make it through this with flying colours, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Mask to Mask.
Thanks so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best.
Alright, Mr. Wright, I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination.
Present the key card to the statement, I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually him. Objection! Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct?
Yeah, it does. I lost it somewhere.
Mr. Wright, when did you find a wallet? You should report it to the police right away.
No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence.
Evidence?
Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet?
Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner.
Your wallet was found at approximately 1 AM at KB Security Headquarters.
What? Surely you're not serious.
Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB Security that night.
No!
So if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves that he has a watertight alibi.
No!
Furthermore, considering the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car, according to Larry anyway.
Well, Mr. Godot, do you have anything to say? Stop drinking that coffee!
Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong.
You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it. I will.
He's really got Mr. Delight all worked up. Yeah, it's like a kid in his first day of school.
Look, it's just ridiculous. Why would I drop my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there to make it look like I was there and not at the heist.
Planted it there? It's really reaching now. Mr. Delight, you probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The keycard to KB Security's CEO office.
No!
That was a pretty good try, Mr. Trite. Unfortunately, you're wrong. You overlooked one small thing.
What?
Motive, of course. Why would this thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway?
Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some evidence after all.
Stupid kid.
Well then, let's see your evidence.
The blackmail. Take that! Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct?
That's...
What is it?
A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents.
Blackmail?
Yes. Basically, it says bring $50,000.
It certainly sounds like blackmail, alright.
At the time of the theft, Mr. Delight was dealing with the blackmailer himself in KB Security's CEO office, a full half an hour away from the scene of the crime. No.
Order! Order! So when the thief of the urn occurred, defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense.
You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... Well, let's just say that my Godot Blend 107 impresses me a lot more. What are you trying to say? You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company. But, did you actually investigate this CEO at all?
Huh? Well, no, I guess not.
Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof, I'm not sure what I think of that. sure what I think of that. At least I know what I think of you.
Good point. I'm not sure what to think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you would need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright.
Nick, I think we're going to have to track down the CEO guy. Meaning at the last possible fucking hurdle, this case got extended. If this guy just shut up with his fucking fantasies, we'd be fine. No, you don't have to track down the CEO at all.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Trite?
There's someone else who can testify. You know, the one person we really wish we didn't have to bring back to this courtroom, Larry. Take that! And I'm going to put the walkthrough away, because as I said, that's the end of this piece, and then after this piece is done, I will be wrapping up. And so we'll do the rest of this case, because this is only half of it, next time, because my throat's getting tired, this stream's gone on for a while, and I'm hungry.
Who is this useless looking man? Wow.
You don't remember him, Your Honor?
Not exactly. Just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise in my throat.
Looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago. Probably blocked out our memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night.
Oh?
The question at hand is the keycard.
Yup,
that's the keycard they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. I needed to get into that room every time you need that... You needed to get into that room, and every time you use it, it leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. Yeah, well, Judge, pretty hypocritical. As you can see, there is no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analysing this keycard's data.
Well, Mr. Godot.
The name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bullard. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data. Here.
So what does it show?
Each keycard has its own serial number, and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, the card was used at 1 AM on the morning of the crime.
But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed as Mask in this photo.
Huh. Looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe. So then, Ron Delight is clearly in the office of the KB Security CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be masked to mask. Good job, you did it, Nick!
That's enough.
At least he takes his defeat with grace. Unlike the others that go, no! He just, like, he had his moment and goes, alright, fine, you got me.
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief. What's wrong, Your Honor? I made a past judgment. Before I do that, do you have any further objections? No, Your Honor. Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, not guilty.
So this investigation's not done. This is only the first half.
Court is now adjourned.
No, my fantasy, right? There's still more. Instead of it being, oh, so my back is killing me. That's the other reason why I wanted to wrap up. My back is really fighting me today for some reason. I know I sound like an old man. Oh, speaking of old man, this month is a special month for me. On the 20th, it's my birthday. I'm going to be 23 on the 20th. I don't know what I might. It depends what I end up doing with my parents. Because I'm sure I'll do. They'll be like, hey, let's do something for your birthday. But I want to stream on my birthday, and it's going to be a bit of like a chaos stream day on the 20th, and just playing a bunch of games I want to play probably. So it might just be like, it might end up, because you know of how the system works, it automatically ends your stream if you change game. But I might like install, say, like the Mega Drive Classic Collection, because I love a bunch of Mega Drive / Genesis games, and like make a stream of going through a bunch of Genesis titles or something like that. I've been like debating with it, but yeah, birthday stream on the 20th, hopefully, assuming I don't get busy with a bunch of stuff. Because I'm going to be 20 goddamn free. And the only reason my back gives me trouble sometimes is because, like a moron, I injured it when I was like 11 or 12, and it's just never been the same since. I injured it quite bad falling down some wooden stairs in the middle of winter when I was like 11 or 12, and it's like, although my back is sturdy, it can hold it up, and you know, I was young enough that I continued growing and developing, because it was like I was like 11 or 12. My back still fights me every now and then. It's still not perfect. Anyway.
Nick, you did it! You were right after all.
Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Light. I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Aw, shucks. I imagine Phoenix going, aw, shucks. I just know I'm blushing.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick!
Oh, pearls. Got a bad feeling about this. Who is this woman? Uh-oh. Oh, she's nobody. She's just,
You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya?
You should be ashamed of yourself. Ouch! She slapped me.
Pearly.
This woman is Mr. Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife.
Mr. Nick!
Yes?
You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client.
No! You've got it all wrong! I'll never forgive you! Ow! Double slap. Or she just go psh, psh, psh. Anyway, all's well that ends well, right? We got the secret urn back and the thief has been caught. You're so right. It's all thanks to Nicky boy here. But actually, it was you, Mr. Light, who brought us that our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please. You're embarrassing me. Like I said, the beauty of this case, and the reason why I like it so much, and it starts leading to, they experiment in ways you don't think. This case was already an experiment because for once it wasn't a murder case. And it's the fact that the chapter doesn't end once you solve it. There's more things you have to unearth after it's officially solved. Then why does this guy still look so glum? Well, because his fantasy's been destroyed. His little fucking delusion.
But I am the thief.
Actually, what's the point now? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie.
I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is...
Come on, give the kid some time. He's got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Amigo? Oh, we're buddies now? Mr. Godot, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to you and to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. Look at that grin. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Kane Bullard was discovered. There you go. The CEO. There's more to this mystery. That's how they do it. We had the first half, which, you know, solving that little theft and whatnot, and then the second half is what came after it.
Kane Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, body?
The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th. Meaning all that time we spent proving that our client was there, now he's gonna be assumed of murder because we've already done all the work to prove he was there. 1 a.m. on October 12th. You know what I mean? That's right, amigo. At the same time that cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. You figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Helped me out? What? On October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rhonda Light was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbued with utter rage.
What are you saying? Imbued with rage?
Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Rhonda Light was once an employee of KB Security. Got a motive and everything, exactly. We gave Godot every single piece to build his case at the end of that one. He is a professional security guard, employee of KB Security. It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi.
No way.
He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred.
No, that's a lie. Can't be true. Oh, but I'm a thief, I tell you.
Ronderlight, you're going back to prison again. This time, the charge is much more serious. This time you'll be tried for murder.
What? This impossible.
I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trite.
Have you ever heard the orchestral version of this? Like when they do like anniversary concerts, like the 15th anniversary or like more recently the 20th anniversary. They usually find an excuse to have an orchestral like performance include Godot's theme, and just hearing this, I think it was the 15th anniversary concert. Hearing it, I was like, it's so fucking elegant, especially when it's orchestral.
You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward.
Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two?
I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here.
This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Yeah, he's the only person to ever let himself lose solely to make us build a case for him for a different fucking case to then use against us. Like, come on. No wonder Edgeworth promoted him so much.
Time to say goodbye to Mr. Delight.
Nick, how could this be happening?
Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder.
The one who established his presence at the scene.
Oh, that was Phoenix, and the one who established his presence at the scene was me.
Yeah, Ronnie!
Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. There! What the heck's going to happen next? And now I think will be a good end point for this stream because my body aches and I'm hungry. So next time on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, we'll continue the stolen turnabout into its second half and probably start the third case. Where we'll finish that one too, we'll see. But the cases as a whole, I said it at the very start of this series, the cases get longer and longer and longer as the series goes on as a standard. This is the game where you're going to start feeling it. We didn't finish this case in one stream. And it's, you know, we usually finish the case 2s in one stream and have time to spare. So, next time we'll be continuing this trial and doing on to the next one. At some point during the week, I want to do another Blue Reflection stream, you know, probably before I finish this, because I imagine this will be more streams than any of the other games. Because I really did enjoy Blue Reflection, and I do want to continue it. But that said, whatever the week brings, we'll see. I'll be streaming again tomorrow as well. But until then, thank you so much for watching as always, and you'll take care. Peace. Oh, and I'll disable my camera as well, otherwise I'll forget.